Good morning, everybody. Jumping right into it today. Morning, Command. How's it going? So apparently, zombies crawl under the cars arbitrarily now. But I've been told that if the tires are not, or if there's no tires on them, then perhaps they might not. So while I have an opening here, I'm going to go ahead and peel the tires off, see if that assists with closing this gap that I made here. What do I do with my garbage bags? I used to carry around so many more garbage bags. I put them down somewhere at some point. Now I have none. Yeah, I feel the same way as that guy. Zacto, how's it going? We are doing great things today. Great things today. Now we got food for another day and a half here. We have weaponry for a lot more than that. See, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it didn't actually like go down onto the floor until I got close to it with another vehicle, and I don't know why. But that has, I believe that now means they won't just arbitrarily crawl underneath it. Now, there will still be plenty of zombies to deal with here. We have only taken a small chunk of them out. What I would like to do right now is a little bit of infrastructure for this operation. Got a few Zeds over there. Nothing unexpected about that. Axe is going to be in here. Excuse me. Goodness. What do we got? We got 6 logs. That might be enough. Possibly. I'm out of water. That's no good. There we go, there's a water cooler. Give me a backpack. So that's 5 planks left. And we need a fence at each end. So actually... Now that would drop us directly down onto right there and right there if we were to use sheetrope walls. I don't want to start using that yet. There's way too many zombies still on both sides. I don't want to be trapping myself over there. That's just sort of a thing for the future there. But another thing is I can shoot from up there. I can also shoot from the guard tower, but the guard tower is a lot more easily accessible by the zombies where they're going to be coming from. It's going to be a lot more difficult for the zombies who want to get to me from inside the checkpoint to hit me from that blind I just created there. Well, it's hardly a blind, but I mean, it's an elevated shooting position in a lightly forested area. This M16 did not last very long after the repairs to it. It's back down to a third already, so it's going to be jamming a bit. I'm just going to pop out the magazine. We're going to need to get another one. I think this one is done now. It's been repaired once already, so we're diminishing returns on that. So I'm going to peel the attachments off of it. And it shall become a wall decoration somewhere. For now, I'll have the carbine as my back weapon. We're not yet at a situation where I feel like using the shotgun is... Well... I'll come back to that thought with the shotgun. MSR-7T is performing exactly as I expected it to. Lovely weapon. Very, very lovely. Probably the best rifle in the game now. It's got an 8x scope on it. Now I had some more weaponry. I don't remember exactly what I did with it though. The ammo, or the step van here is full of nothing but ammo. Ambulance has what? Locally sourced loot and welding stuff. I don't understand why my brain meat is telling me that I allocated another M16. I think we're best off doing another trip back to West Point to pick up more stuff. Because then I can get another M16 to work with. Yeah, we're doing that. Okay. I definitely didn't want to jump right into heavy combat immediately. I'm still in the process of waking up here. I'm not saying I couldn't handle it. The adrenaline would probably carry me, but I'm not interested in functioning entirely on adrenaline here. Oh, I put the garbage bags in my... well, mystery solved. They were in my Alice belt and suspenders. Okay. Alright, so I would like to take a throwaway car home. That was my most recent throwaway car up there. Let's see if we can locate another one. That police cruiser caught my eye. I'm sure it is, it's probably gas. Wait a minute, these tracks... Do these tracks go directly past the... They do. I don't understand why I haven't been using these all along. Okay, yeah, we'll use these tracks to get out of here then. Just gotta find a, there's another parking lot, I believe, in this area. Well, parking lot with a lot of zombies and no cars, huh? I have a way through here, but this is getting a little tighter than I'm comfortable with. Hold the phone. This doesn't actually take you straight into Louisville, does it? I've actually never been all the way this way. No, of course not. But it is kind of funny that this takes you straight to a quiet spot in the fence. That's interesting. I mean, I've got a sledgehammer, but I'm not gonna... I'm not interested in taking the easy route here. I'm just interested in a vehicle right now. There's the rest of the parking lot, but we were up there yesterday, and I don't recall seeing too much in the way of cars, but let's verify. Yeah, there's no other cars up here. Okay, we'll have to source a throwaway car from somewhere else then. That's fine. We did our due diligence. Okay, we can't have anybody this close. What's going on here? Heard somebody making noise over here. There you are. Show yourself. Nasty. What does this cruiser look like? I feel like I remember looking at it a very long time ago, like early game. Engine quality 69. There is a little bit of gas in the tank. It's all really good parts. Yeah, it's a little too good for a throwaway. Anything up there will be too bad to use for anything other than, well, anything really. Here we go. We'll use one of these. I should also move that trailer up before I forget about it. This trailer has some generators in it. I was going to set up in this building here, but there's no need. We've already set up a little bit further ahead in the office building. For anybody joining, welcome. We're getting warmed up here with a bit of logistics. We've got a supply line established to the Louisville Logistics and Rail Depot that's right in front of the military checkpoint, and it's got a very nice elevated position to snipe from. And we've got ourselves a very nice rifle to snipe with. But my M16 has finally taken its toll. Or it's the usage of my M16 has taken its toll. So we use this in Yala to go back, and we're going to pick up some supplies from our West Point staging area. As well as we'll probably need some more food. I'm on my, I am now on my last roast. I think I'm going to take up the race car and one of the other vehicles that I have on the lot, TBA on which. That's a good question. We loaded 24 times 2. We loaded about 48 magazines. And then we had to reload one of those bags once. So that's another 24. So 24, 48. It's way too early for math. 72, but then after expending and then reloading, there are now 6 left over in this bag. So that's 72 minus 6. About 66 magazines. That's not a perfect number because there was a little bit of ad hoc reloading of mags in between there. But it's something in this range, about 66. But the thing is, we've already repaired the M16 once, and I don't remember the number of magazines we expended before then. So it's less than 100, way less than 100. And we've already repaired it once, and the repair was not very effective. It brought it, like, back to 80%, I think. Ranzera, how's it going? Begets. We have acquired ourselves a throwaway car here, and we are about to go back and pick up some more stuff for our checkpoint ops here. Yeah, somebody had a revolver in their glove here. I'm content overload here. Some of what I'm carrying does not need to be going back with me just yet. I also don't need to be wearing my heavy armor right now. That's just depressing me for no reason. Well, stressing me for no reason. It doesn't depress you anymore, thankfully. Heavy armor goes in the passenger seat of the heavy combat truck here. Except for the helmet, because helmets, I can actually afford to wear the helmet as part of my regular kit, and I don't get discomfort from just that. And I like that. That is a lot nice. It's a kind of a shame, because I kind of enjoyed wearing hats of my choice, but I also like having protection on the head. It's even more important than protection on the lower body. But I am putting away the MSR-7T because we are just going back to base for the moment. Rest break. KTO, how's it going? Yes, we've got... I was not overly impressed by the quantity of patch notes, or at least the things that they chose to talk about in the post. But that's okay. That it doesn't have to be a super duper patch. I just hope that if they're not going to be doing too awful much, then hopefully it doesn't break any saves. My okayness with save breakage is directly proportional to how impactful the changes that come with it are. One more patch until save break. Yeah. I mean, the past couple thousand hours of my gameplay has been what is it? Every 3 patches. Anime was started on 42.10, and Nora the Explora was started on 42.13, and Dani the Drifter here was started on 42.16. That being said, Nora's save is still in the revive zone, and I have been meaning to do that. What I really want to do before the next big patch is make sure that I back up a copy of 42.17, just in case the saves break, so that I can... I do want to just be able to reload my old saves, just to go back and look through my own, all the stuff that I built and whatnot. But I regret not doing this earlier. I didn't realize that this rail track here just leads straight to the highway, without having to go around anything. Hey. Oh, you got me excited for a second there. You got me excited for a second there. I actually thought that you read that somewhere. No, I agree too. I want to be able to read that. Damn. Oh, fuck. I don't have a lot of my Project Zomboid wish list for, small things right now is very lightweight. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are heading back to our staging area in West Point with a throwaway vehicle so that we can pick up one of my many vehicles that are loaded up with things for the journey to Louisville. As you can see, we have done some work here on 31 West. Got it nice and clean for transit operations back and forth. Except for these little pockets here and there. Some areas I can tolerate it, not here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am 100% okay with them just giving like a couple days heads up, right? It's probably less than a week from that blog post they just dropped. That probably means it's less than a week out. I expect early next week, and that's great. I mean, I love that. That was, I mean, it was a little bit. I had a little bit of enjoyment during this is during Annie's series, where I was just like, okay, let me use all of the previous times they've released patches. They usually do it early in the week, and they usually do it early in the morning. So, it's past noon in the day, so now we won't get a patch today. And it was fun for a little while, but then I realized I was fixating on it. So it's like, yeah, just give us a heads up a little bit, just a little bit. It doesn't have to be too far out, because I understand that the devs don't like going that far out. But, anyway, here would be our base for West Point. West Point has been thoroughly taken care of. We got everything I wanted out of the place. Now we are just coming back to it with throwaway vehicles now and again so that we pick more things up. These step vans all in this lineup are my ammo carriers. Every single step van here, except for the black one, is loaded up with cartons, full to capacity. The black one has loose ammo boxes that are not packed into cartons. And believe it or not, that's not my entire fleet. We've already got the shotgun ammo carrier is already up there at the checkpoint. And I think we still have 2. 1 or 2 back at Phallus Lake. And there's a part of me that actually wants to go back and just take those. What's stopping me? No, that's I should do that. I should do that. Yeah, we're doing it. It's not that far. It's not that far. The more I can pull out of Phallus Lake and get to West Point, the easier the Louisville operations become. If anybody is not familiar, my main base of operations for the entire east side of the map, sorry, west side of the map, the entire west side of the map, all operations were staged from Phallus Lake there. So it's my central hub for everything that we got on that side of the map. I'm gonna be bold and try taking the train tracks. It's technically shorter, but this qualifies as off-roading, and it's a little dangerous if you veer just slightly off the tracks and collide with one of these silly trees that pops up in the dirt. R.I.P. Yeah, I know. It feels strange. I don't usually drive standard, but I am no stranger to throwaway vehicles. I mean, this one's in great condition, so I have no problem with this. This one was one of those preserved vehicles. Even the railroad tracks are not safe from the hippity hops. What they fail to realize is I'm in a throwaway vehicle and I don't care if it takes damage. You better hippity hoppity off of my railroad trackities. Whatever. I can't do this while I'm towing a step van, so might as well take advantage of it. Blues Brothers. It's debatable whether that was worth it, because we could have just gone a little farther on the down to the crossroads, and then we could have gone a lot faster. So, oh well. Every once in a while I like taking the scenic route. Better than Nyala than my vehicle. I needed some rabbit meat anyway. The funny thing is, I've been back and forth on this road a lot, and there have not been any rabbits. I don't know where these guys came from. It's almost as if there's some sort of script that programs them to walk into the road or spawn in the road. Level 10 butchering, by the way. It still takes a long time. Yeah, Peter, this guy right here. Three prime cuts from all that, so despite a lot of it being roadkill, it shan't all go to waste. Was there another one under my... Of course there was. Yeah, they are. I don't even think their spine was that big. Now I got that voice line from Rick May. Ah, my spine. Ha, you call that breaking a spine? You red team sissies wouldn't know how to break a spine if it... Ah, my spine. Ah, rest in peace, Rick May. All right. For anybody joining, good morning. We are not just casually killing animals today. We are. We've got plans. We've got plans that involve Louisville. But we are stopping by Fallis Lake. I think we've got just one major transit of ammunition. One major transit of ammunition left to do. After that, there is... Well, okay, so there's two step vans left. And the optimal thing would be to tow the step van with a non-step van. And I think that's where my EMS vehicles are going to come in, and that's also probably where I'm going to start transitioning the frozen goods. Almost missed my turn. Yeah. It's a bit of a curvy road if I take the north entrance here. Bone-itis. Speaking of bones and vehicles, I'm hoping we won't have any step van incidents today. It was funny the first couple of times, but it's just embarrassing when it happens too often. So we won't be taking any turns at 60 miles an hour while we're towing the step vans. My aminals are looking good. This is not the only Chevalier Niala that I have in all black. This would in fact be the second. So we've got 4 step vans, but Mr. Hung's, and USL here are not, they don't have anything in them. They are perfect trunks, 208 storage capacity in them, with nothing in them for whatever purpose I need them for. These two here This one, Kentucky Herald, is 100% full, and it looks like Mail Van has a little bit of room in it. That's actually a good thing. We can probably put... We might even be able to fit a generator in there. Of course, the Mail Van... I've never liked this. I reported this as a bug a long time ago. And, hold on a second. I know that I've said many times on this channel that devs just ignore my bug reports, but I've only ever given a few examples of that. I vividly remember reporting the... this step van cannot access its trunk. It's the only step van that I know of that cannot access its own trunk from the cab. If I just do a search through my Steam post history for the word mail. Yeah. This one's... I reported this one 13 months ago. 13 months ago, folks. April 9th, 2025. It's now May 9th, 2026. Not only did they not reply to it, but this is still a problem. Now, again, is it because I snarked? Is it because I snarked? I'm sorry if Sully saw the snark and was like, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna pass this along." I'm sorry, Sully. I'm sorry that I snarked. I said, I'm hoping this is a bug instead of a nerf. The mail step van of all vehicles would definitely have the ability to access the trunk. Ask any USPS, UPS, FedEx driver if they ever had a tall van they couldn't access the trunk from. Okay. I snarked, I'm sorry. But I gave steps to replicate. I gave this expected behavior. I don't understand why they're not... Oh, man. If you guys ever wonder why I don't submit bug reports, I literally forgot about that as an example of one that I submitted that they never even looked at. I've seen them. I have seen them reply to other people's bug reports. Beard will go in there when people don't give them enough information. Beard will go in there and reply to them. Like if you go to bug reports here and look at the ones that actually have replies, you can occasionally find an actual yeah, I have no idea. Because honestly, other players will reply, so I can't just look at ones with replies. But I do see that other. It would be hard to find an example off the top of my head, though. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This guy, Beard. Well, this is an old post, but this is an example. Beard does reply to some of them, usually if they don't give enough information. So I suppose you could say that if I gave enough information, maybe it did make its way into the system. In that case, well, yeah, here we go. Oh, no, this is just a mod telling him, read the pinned post. Okay. Well, again, is it personal? I don't think it is. The stock doesn't even know who you are. But yeah, that's just... I mean, it's not necessarily that okay, there's definitely a tiny part of me that's taking it personally, but there's a more practical side of it. It's just, why do I bother submitting bug reports if nothing happens after an entire year and I don't even get a reply? I mean, it literally... I don't think it costs them anything in terms of time to just be like, yeah, we got this. Or like, just some copy-pasted response. I mean, as somebody who... My day job is in the IT sector, and everything that users report to us come in automatically as tickets. Like, if a user emails us, the email gets chunked up into ServiceNow and immediately shits out a ticket. And from there on, it's up to us whether we actually process it or maybe ask for more information or something like that. I was going to remove these dead crops, but honestly, I don't have any plans to replant. And I had decided that I'm not going to do more chamomile and marigold, at least not right now. I will go ahead and treat these tomatoes for mildew. There's no reason to deal with mildew when I can cure it. Just gotta make a cure. So in one hand I have a dispenser bottle full of cow's milk, and in the other hand I have a garden sprayer, and I am using that to make some mildew spray. Now, we heard the other day that devs are talking about gas spoilage. I have no idea when that's coming, but when it does, I expect that milk spoilage won't be far behind. I think I do, actually. Thank you for reminding me. That is probably some on the floor over on the other side. Yeah, I did. And it's, as I predicted, I actually think I need it here. I think I parked on top of it. Didn't I? No, I put the bottle on top of it. Good job, good job. I'm pretty sure this is not how mildew works. You just make a cure and then just keep drenching it in it until it goes away. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but in this game. Oh, that was like 2 bits right there. So let's make another one. I should just make several. I mean, mildew is really all I'm getting these days. I just make several and keep them outside. Man, I am looking very bloody. I'm going to blame the rabbits for that. I'm going to go ahead and do a load of laundry over here. We'll make sure to deploy tomorrow. Shield your eyes, YouTube. Yeah, I agree. Oh, look at that. It just needed one more hit. Excellent. Oh, man. Oh, that's terrible. I love it. He's talking about race cars, of course. You can't see them because they're not on screen right now. The rabbit meat that we picked up, I believe we have a little bit of room in the freezer. Not much, though. Rest can go in the fridge. So the M16 that has been damaged shall remain here evermore as a decoration. We've already taken the attachments off of it. In the meantime, we have a box out here for almost every type of gun in the game. And here's the M16 box with 15 of the bad boys. What I'm going to do is put one in my backpack and then take another one out, and the one we're taking out now gets the attachments. And because I'm insane, we rack it, and then we put a magazine into it. We'll keep it that way until the accidental discharge update. The Sig Sauer update. I'm sure it's coming someday. ND! We have slug repellent, but I don't... Yeah, no, slugs will be here someday, I'm sure. I'm not eagerly looking forward to that day, but I'm sure that day is coming. Now, we have a forge here. We could make many swords. We don't really need to. I have not been going through my swords very quickly. Oh, did I leave the... I always leave my vehicles running. Hey, it's doing the thing. So, this is what KTO was talking about earlier. The bug that happens sometimes. You open the door, you try to get in, nothing happens. There's two cures for this, if it ever happens to you. One is to get into the passenger seat, which is really annoying. Because in our case, of course, we are using the passenger seat for storage. So all these cartons that I perfectly measured, gotta go on the floor temporarily. But then get in the passenger seat, slide over to driver's seat, move the vehicle a little bit, and you're good to go. It has something to do with what facing you park the vehicle in somehow. I'm not 100% sure on that. It's notoriously difficult to replicate, but again, with the bug reports, I submitted one with a save included. Let's just hope that the devs are not ignoring me personally, but just choosing not to ever reply to anything I post, because maybe I'm just that good at providing information. That's a positive interpretation. I'm here for it. All right, hitting the sack. And our standard kit here is now good as new. Our standard kit being some real nonsense. If anybody's not familiar, I'm currently wearing a leather jacket and a hoodie in the middle of early summer. Well, actually, yeah, it's getting into dead summer now. It's July 6th. We're 3 days away from the 1-year anniversary. But I'm wearing a leather jacket and a hoodie, and I can only get away with that because we picked these up as damaged, and we intentionally did not repair holes in the upper and lower torso. So our upper and lower torso have ventilation, so they do not over-insulate us too much. Meanwhile, as you can see, our ambient protection levels are pretty good. The chest is a little bit vulnerable. We fix that when we go into combat. Our heavy armor involves a coat of plates, which brings our upper torso, lower torso to 100. Also in our heavy armor are some metal gloves and bone choker, both of which are not really high on the insulation, but bring the protection levels way up. Lower body protection is a bit overrated. I have been reliably informed that zombies, when they attack you from upright positions, are basically never going to hit your lower body. It's only crawlers that do that. I guess you could say it's just a obsession of min-maxing for me. Yeah, so Kraken, that is, maybe modded vehicles make it worse, but the only mod we have right now is a texture replacement. And I actually did my due diligence on that. The last time we had it happen to us... I just saw something. I'll show it in a minute. But yeah, I feel obligated to mention this every time it comes up. This is my bug report for the vehicle glitch. And before we reported this as a bug, we removed the mod, closed and reopened the game, and then reloaded the save without the mod, so that not even my texture replacement mod could be blamed for causing this. We replicated the bug without any mods at all. And now, that being said, if you're going to make the argument that the conditions that caused the vehicle to get into that state were somehow caused by this texture replacement mod, then I can't argue with that. I mean, that's like, that's like the maximum anti-mod interpretation, which, I mean, you know, mods can do weird things, but I seriously doubt that that is the case. So we got the tomatoes treated for mildew. There's a little bit of stuff I wanted to load into the trunk of the mail van here. I wanted to get some more JS3Ts because we have a couple. I think we left them at West Point actually. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with the MSR 7T tactical rifle. We haven't taken any condition damage on that yet, knock on wood, but I expect it's right around the corner, so I'm going to take 2 of each, and that might fill up the trunk here. Yeah, we've got like 9 encumbrance left back here. Maybe just a couple of rare guns. Take a BF and a Magnum. The ammo that those use, the BF and the Magnum, the ammo they use is very heavy. One of the heaviest, 44 Magnum. It weighs 12 encumbrance for a carton, and yet it's only 20 bullets to the box. It, yeah, the word hand cannon is very accurate in that regard. Posted your rosewood base. Yes, we're gonna roast that real quick. If anybody's not familiar, I have a community tab on my channel. Like and subscribe, by the way. You know, usually YouTuber shit. But that is a place where people can post things, and I can actually see them. And that is extremely useful since chat doesn't allow links and shit. Where's my... wait a minute. I have a direct link to it now. There it is. Oh, that's Zacto's character. That is a very interesting outfit. Oh, this is the one that got et by the sprinters, isn't it? Oh, R.I.P. R.I.P. R.I.P., homie. R.I.P. Okay, Abreu has got the best... Nobody can make fun of me for obsessing over vehicle collections anymore. Nobody can do that anymore because now I have... There we are. It doesn't... I hate it when Newest, here we go, Newest, thank you. Oh, you put a lot more effort into that than, whatchamacallit, than I've put into any of mine. Okay, now, you guys, I want you guys to tell me, when you go to this community tab, when you try to open these, do you get a bigger version of the image? Like, does it let you click on it and open a bigger version? Because when I do it, it doesn't. And I don't know if that might be my browser blocking a few things. Let me know if you guys get bigger quality images. I like the kitchen. The kitchen's great. It looks like you've got the default floorboards for a lot of the rest of it outside the living room there. If you get something else to replace those default floorboards, then I'll like it even more, because I absolutely despise those default floorboards. Those default floorboards are ugly as fuck. But yeah, no, I do love the kitchen and the living room. It's great. Oh, another Brazil mentioned. Unfortunately, I do not speak Portuguese. We do have some more Brazilian homies in the chat, though. I don't believe I'm in need of a generator. We do have more here. That is my sack carrier. These two are empty. I mean, I could always just take one of my step vans with a trailer. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. That is a useful activity I could do. Otherwise, this step van is now more or less loaded. Smaller picture on PC when opened. So it's, yeah, that's got to just be a YouTube thing then. YouTube just doesn't like giving us big images. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Renzera mentioned it too. They really do freaking butcher these images. It's like the preview of the image here seems to be higher resolution than the preview is higher resolution than the actual image when we try to open it up. That is wacky. So I guess the optimal, if you want to post something to the community tab and actually have it be full resolution, you got to post it as if it's what is that 640 by 480. Actually, what is this? This is, we can see the resolution. We go to inspect, go to layout. It is, that's not 512 by 512. That's not a square. What? That does not look like a square. Okay, yeah, 512 by 512. I guess that is the optimal. It doesn't look like a square. It looks vertical, but I guess that's just the rest of the post. So yeah, 512 by 512 is your optimal your optimal resolution for community posts. I wish YouTube could do better than that. It's not like they are hurting for bandwidth. Literally the most bandwidth heavy platform on the internet. I'm gonna make some coffee. Bit of a arbitrary decision on my part, but it is not a bad idea to have a lot of coffee just prepped and ready. How much time have I survived? Coming up on a year. We are 3 days out from a year. I'm looking forward to that. Second bedtime is a go. My first bedtime, 2300, second at 5 a.m. I need to check the status of the jalapenos and habaneros while we're here. That is, those are the only two crops right now that I truly, deeply care about. Well, and I suppose the rosemary. Almost ready for harvest. Next growth stage, month. Yep. That's rosemary for you. So we could do another round of basil in time. Would I? Basil is one of those things that I... Let me check my quantities. My herb bin is right here. It is completely full. We have 3 herb bins, actually. This is the one for regular recipes, so basil, cilantro, oregano, parsley, sage, thyme. This one is a mix of coffee additives and medicinals, so comfrey, common mallow, chamomile, marigold, mint. And then this is overflow from that black sage and plantain. Some of this I do need to bring forward with me, but it's a question of allocation. I was thinking about bringing that stuff with me when we get to the phase where I'm closing down the generators here. Yeah, we got whatchamacallit, somebody, I think Abreu showed us his the race car the collection. He had the green race car. I've never seen that. I've never seen the green race car before. We have acquired the blue and the red one here. Those are the only 2 race cars I've ever seen. My previous character didn't get any of them to spawn. It's a shame. I know. Discord, or maybe, what was the other one? Stoat? Something like that. I'm still not 100% awake yet. It probably is not the best idea to be at my base when I'm not awake yet, because there's a billion things that are going to distract me when Louisville is the most interesting thing on my agenda today. Now, we did already determine that the fossil oil truck, despite being a light bar vehicle, cannot tow step van forward. Actually, okay, the state trooper truck here is something I should be using more. It's currently just a parts carrier for heavy-duty vehicles, but like the fire trucks here, it's got a good engine on it, and it can tow a step van. And it's actually got a lot of room in the trunk. It's basically an ambulance, except you can't access the trunk from the cab. The Smart Cut twins here are entirely heavy-duty parts, and LBMW is also heavy-duty parts. Ying's is vehicle engine parts. But I need to get stuff out of the trunk. Right now, the State Trooper mobile is sports car parts. I'm gonna have to get that out of there so that I can use. I want to use State Trooper to drive to tow the mail van. That's what I want to do right now. So let me get everything out of State Trooper and into one of these other scrap vehicles here. Well, actually, okay. I'm having a thought here. Sports car parts are pretty rare, and there's a couple of ones that I actually kind of wanted to fix a little bit. But I don't remember what state they're in. I feel like I might have actually already fixed most of them. Yeah, okay. So it's not worth it to just lug this entire thing full of nothing but sports car parts down there to West Point. That's not an ideal way of handling this. Yes, no, if I ever did anything community-wise, it would not be Discord. I just don't like Discord on principle. I still use it because I have no choice. That's the only way I can connect with certain friends of mine who are locked in. And regrettably, I hate to say this, but even my boomer parents, I managed to get them off of social media and onto, well, I mean, I guess Discord is sort of a social media platform. It's not quite the same as others, but it is definitely a social media platform. But my boomer parents, who, very difficult to get them to try to adopt new things, I managed to get them on a Discord. And that's actually where we communicate now. My family has a Discord channel. I tried getting them onto Element instead. It didn't work. It didn't work. So I have a very resentful presence on Discord. Not a presence that I want to be engaged in. There's a part of me that wants to load up guns into State Trooper, but we already have a fair few guns. I could make it Meals on Wheels. That's not the worst idea in the world. Alright, I should probably just make a decision. I shouldn't overthink this too hard. What if I did like 100? Of each. That's way too much. I think I know I'm going to do the State Trooper is going to be Meals on Wheels. But I'm not going to do 100 of each type of herb. That is way overkill. 5 of each herb is pushing it. But things like Marigold and Mint, which are one-time use. Chamomile, too. Oops. Try to cancel that. So that's why I should have done more mint. I did 1 row of it. Only 1 row of it. Okay. That's pretty good. I can fit a garbage bag of coffee herbs on the seat now. Another thing I could do is take the State Trooper truck to the, just take it to the, what's it called? To the Gigamart in West Point. The Gigamart in West Point is not, I haven't looted it yet, but it's cleaned out. There's no zombies, so I could go in there and get heavy form food as much as I wanted. FBI confirming aliens. Ah, nice. What do they confirm next? So what I'm doing now is additives into this bag. I knew I would be overthinking things, and it's fine. Additives that would spice up my meals. Small form food additives. And we can fit a couple more bags of things. Cookware is a part of it. Garbage bag of cookware. Now I can make my own cookware, which is great. I don't think I'm missing too much. How many rolling pins do I have? I only have one rolling pin here. I need to source a rolling pin out in the field. For anybody joining, welcome. We're getting prepped. That's what we're doing right now. Prep work is a very time-consuming activity sometimes, but it is, in my opinion, almost always worth it. So this is garbage bag HFF for heavy form food. Now, I've already got a small duffel bag full of herbs in my ambulance. That is separate from this. This is the long-term food collection. The ambulance is like stuff that will last me for several weeks, but not the stuff that you want to live forever on. The ambulance, I like to think of it as an expedition vehicle. It goes first into the fray. This is going to be part of a longer-term solution that is coming down along the line behind the ambulance. So it makes sense to load it up with a lot more stuff. This is basically, maybe I could think of it as this is things to resupply the ambulance with. That might be a better way to think about it. $20 of each of the big main herbs. Even more of these, just because these are so great. I love these. I almost did another harvest of marigolds. There's a part of me that wants to go out there right now and harvest more marigold and chamomile, but then not dry it, just freeze it. But I would probably run into the same problem that I often run into, which is where I freeze way too many things. And then I'm just stuck transporting frozen goods everywhere I go and constantly babysitting freezers that I probably don't really need to babysit. Sweet. That's like 20 of almost every herb that you can grow. Garbage bag herb. And the trunk is still only half full from there. So there's many more things we could get, and I'm not gonna try to fill it up 200% of the way. I just wanted essentials. We do have a spare coffee machine here, and that is something I should probably carry around with me, so I'm gonna hold on to that. I feel like I never have enough roasting pans. I'm just going to take a quick look at the forge over here and scroll through the cookware options and see if there's anything I missed. A kettle. I don't know if a kettle is actually useful for anything right now, in the video game at least, because, I mean, yes, you can boil water, but boiling water doesn't really do anything other than enabling you to, you can, if the water is boiling, you can sterilize a bandage in it. But if you want to make a hot drink, you have to prep the ingredients ahead of time and then cook the drink itself. So, if anybody knows anything about kettles being useful other than just something that you can boil water in, other than like a cooking pot. Speaking of cooking pots, I am going to make one myself. because they look like cauldrons and they're kind of cool when you make them yourself. I just need wire and small steel sheets for that. So I'm borrowing those from my welding department here. Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't even cost me charcoal. That's really cool. I didn't know that. The recipe for split metal sheet, it doesn't even cost charcoal. I guess I don't even need to burn the... I don't even need to light the forge to make that go. That's kind of cool. See, I'm going to make 2 cooking pots. Yeah, just because they look cool. I'm pretty sure I have cooking pots somewhere else. In fact, I have one in the ambulance as part of the ambulance's kit. But because it's part of the ambulance's kit, it never leaves the ambulance unless I need it. Buckets. Yeah. You can... Public service announcement, if anybody's not familiar. You can boil water in a bucket. You can even... whatchamacallit? You can even make a stew out of a bucket. It's the heaviest stew you'll ever make, but it's a stew. These metal cups, I don't think, have any particularly special use. There's actually not that many other cookware items that you can make. Rolling pin was the most interesting one to realize I can't make that. Yeah, I can't make a rolling pin. I have to find that. You would think a level 10 carver, level 10 carpenter, level 10 blacksmith. You'd think I'd be able to figure out a rolling pin. Nope, that's some pre-war knowledge right there. That's lost to time. I don't need to be carrying around this blacksmithing stuff. That goes in the blacksmithing bin. I don't think it's been too long since my last refilling of the generators, but I'm going to go ahead and do it as a order of practice. It's just good practice. What are we at? We're almost down to half, so that's good. Why do I have an empty gas can on the ground? That's a waste of... Ugh. Oh, man. You had to remind me. No, we can't make pipes in this game either. The only way to get pipe is with a welding torch and a plumbing fixture or a vehicle or something equally silly. So this generator right here is powering just these freezers. I do this because it enables me to stay away from base longer when these 3 freezers are separated from the generator that's on my roof, which is powering the base lights. But when I shut down all the base lights, it's just powering a fridge and one of these white freezers and a pump. If I could shut the pump off, then roof one would actually be powering even less. But right now they're even, and that's good. Their gas consumption rate should be even, but it's actually not. And I find that to be quite interesting. That one is 0.26. And when we go up to the, 0.026. We go up to the roof here, we're going to see that this one is also 0.026 when the lights are all off. Oh, their consumption rate is equal. That one downstairs was at 57%. This one's at 56%. I don't know why it wasn't even last time. And I don't have gas up here. Damn it. Hey, Lewis, how's it going? We are doing some prep work before we deploy to Louisville here. Redeploy. We started in Louisville. I needed a new M16, so we came back to main base here, and we are just grabbing some supplies before we head back out. When I say supplies, I should also mean coffee. This is a hiking backpack with jarring stuff in it. The jarring stuff should stay here at base. I'm gonna use it most likely on the tomatoes. Although jarring really just doesn't feel like it's worth it. Because, I mean, I'm gonna end up freezing it anyway. Jars just don't last that long. It feels like jarred food just was added as a hand wave to the people who were saying that we should have more options to preserve food. And when I say a hand wave, I mean it was a hand wave. I mean it's really not an efficient way of doing anything. They didn't want to give us an efficient way of doing anything, so they didn't. There you are. So we still have a little bit of room in the trunk of State Trooper, and that's okay. We're going to fill it back up the rest of the way when we get to West Point. Start using up some of this rabbit here. Oh, I accidentally did 4 ingredients. Oops. Well, let me just add 1 of every herb then. Look at that. You can't even taste how bad the rabbit is now. Ah, that's funny. By the power of herbs, I can have 4 of the same ingredients in a roast. What did I do with all of my coffee? That actually is kind of bothering me now. I know I had a collection of coffee around here somewhere. It probably made its way forward, but I don't really want to trust that. I want to verify. Oh, this is long overdue. I really should have this medical bed go forward with me. And we do have room for that. Oh no, somebody died. So this, whatchamacallit, this freezer that's on the same circuit as the fridge is only potatoes. So when we decide to move it, it's less urgent to keep it frozen than the other one. Alright, I believe we're sufficiently loaded up here. Just doing a quick parse through of the remaining assets here. Huh. Okay, yeah, moving on up. Ooh, 109 in the cab here. That's a little hot. Alright. Now, am I going to need to redo the tires on this thing? I think we're going to be alright. It's not as powerful, quite as powerful as the ambulance. It's like 10 horsepower short. Rationing Siggies. Yeah, I could see that. I think the devs are going to give us some more, whatchamacallits, give us some more cigarettes in the future. Or actually, I think that was mentioned specifically on that interview with Atomic Duck. I reacted to that yesterday, if anybody's interested. I do plan on clipping it at some point. I have Premiere open right now for my other attempt at clipping something. The other day's step van incident is in the process of being clipped. That was not good. That probably was a trunk hit. We bottomed out for a second there. I would have turned on cruise control, but I don't trust myself on these curves. Yeah, well, I mean, it was an 11-hour one yesterday. One could say that I can't stop. I have no off button. I actually have a T-shirt that says I have no off button. It was one of those Xbox shirts from way back in the day. It was like the same whitish, ever so slightly beige color that the Xbox 360 was. I think this is a problem unique to this particular vehicle, but every once in a while I'll get into third gear and then shed a little bit of speed, but it won't drop down. And that'll actually cause it to bottom out in third, which I don't see that happen very often ever. Usually if vehicles are going to bottom out while towing, it's going to be in second. That's usually the threshold you want to clear if you're towing forward like this. You want to be able to get to third gear like we just did. But with this vehicle, it's weird. If I slow down and take a turn, it doesn't go back to second like it should. I never did end up finding the coffee, and that's probably because I have. It's probably gotten all over the place here. I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna kill them all. The fucking things. They're going right back into the road there. These fucking things, man. I'm gonna kill them all. They got off easy this time because I It's a bit of a chore to gain speed again in this thing. So the contents of these vehicles, as a refresh for anybody joining, is Step Van has got about 170 encumbrance of ammo, and the State Trooper truck has about 120 something of food and cooking related stuff. Yeah, so look at that. We were still in third for a second. I had to slow down even further to get to second. Buns are friends, not food. They can cuddle my tummy from the inside. Bruh. Why would they be made of meat if I wasn't supposed to eat them? Definitely not my strongest towing vehicle. Surely I repaired this engine to 100. I would laugh quite heartily if I actually didn't get this engine repaired to 100. The tires probably do need a lift. Speaking of lifts, we are remarkably close to aiming level 7. We'll definitely be getting aiming level 7 on this stream. We are 4353 out of 4500. So as long as we don't have like 3 non-weather days, non-shooty weather in a row here, I think we'll be fine. We'll pick that up, and aiming level 7. I don't know if we hit any breakpoints at 7. I know we hit some breakpoints at 8 regarding a few things. At least that's what I've heard. I've heard jamming. There's a few thresholds at level 8 aiming for that. But we're going to be a long way from 8. We're still just getting 7. No. Even in RimWorld, I don't eat people. Mostly because my colonists don't like it. If they did, that would be a different story. For example, there is a video game out there that I played in the past that does incentivize you to eat people. In Sons of the Forest, there is a cooking system in that game, and there's a recipe called Greg. Yes, it is. It's literally called Greg, and you need to have two severed legs, 2 severed arms, and like some ramen noodles or some shit. And apparently that gives you a recipe that gives you some buffs. So you're directly incentivized to eat people in that game, that's definitely a thing, considering the whole theme is to fight cannibals, not to join them. It's truly a Kenobi moment right there. You were supposed to fight the cannibals, not join them. Doing the checkpoint without bombs, yes. Dark Antimatter, I am trying to get some weapon experience. Bombs are a lot of fun, and they're very efficient, but we have read the books for aiming and Longblade, and we have the books for finishing out both skills to 10. So I would like to have swords and gunnery to 10 before we start killing zombies in ways that does not give us any experience again. There you go, Kraken. That's a good way of looking at it. It doesn't work, by the way, for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I really liked Sons of the Forest. I may play it again on stream someday. I don't know when. Actually, you know what? Okay, here's the deal. If I lose interest in Zomboid, that will probably be the first game I boot up on stream next. I do play another game occasionally called Terra Invicta, but it is very different from Project Zomboid. Very different appeal. A lot of fun, and it's like, imagine if you just had a game that's the way I play logistics in Zomboid, but like nothing else. It's like all logistics. There's a little bit of ship combat, but it takes so long to get to that in my last long play I couldn't even get to it. My last long play was doing all right in terms of where we were at. I would probably continue that save if I could, but I don't think I can. Over there in Terra Invicta, we're also playing early access stuff, so it wasn't received very well either. After a certain point, after I did a few days in a row of it, viewership dropped off a cliff. So it is definitely a niche game. The appeal is quite niche. Raph made a baby with an android. The last caretaker. Hang on a second. Well, I can, now that we're on 31 West, I can set cruise control. Make it so I can still see the road here. Very positive. Recent, November 6th. 2 of my homies want this game. They are, these 2 friends on my Steam list. They're the guys, they're 2 of the ones who helped pull me into Zomboid, so make of that what you will. It's a single player. No DRM, so it already gets thumbs up from me. That's literally the first thing I look at these days. I scroll over to the DRM tab, and I'm like, okay, what kind of degenerate shit do I have to deal with? And when I see that there's none... Yeah, similar to games you've played. Sons of the Forest. Yep, okay. Let me catch some more details after we get around the bend. Early access, that's... Not again. Not again! No! Oh, man. Okay, so it is, yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of a, whatchamacallit, one of the stories you run into in Stellaris, where you run into the machine intelligence, but I guess this is the robot version, where you are a... Everybody's in the cryopods. Oh no, they're just embryos, are they? Neat. Okay, this is... Oh, this looks terrifying. This looks terrifying. This looks like I could lock in and never stop playing it. It's just like Factorio. It looks like one of the ones that I'm terrified that I might like it too much. Anyway, here we are at West Point. I'm dropping off my perishables first. I'm going to gas up State Trooper here. We'll stay the night, and then we will proceed back to Louisville. Hey, Mr. Brad, how's it going? Getting some logistics done ourselves at the moment here. I forgot that I actually have eggs here now. I don't have to worry as much about bringing the eggs from Riverside, from Fallis Lake now. I have to step away briefly IRL for a minute. Won't be gone longer than about a minute and a half tops. Just got to put these away here. So this one is now loaded up, but this is also my next... this is a variety vehicle. It's got a little bit of everything in it. More shotgun than most. But the weapons... The weapons, for sure. I'm keeping an eye on that. Get this one into the lineup with the rest. Just my general combat step vans, I guess you could call them. Supply vans. Yeah, let's call them that. These are the ones I brought last time. Okay, so yeah. I knew I had brought some, I just forgot exactly where I put them. Okay. So I will retool the trunks of something to make sure that these come with me. Maybe I'll just carry... I might just hand carry them. I'm going to top up the generator, and then I'll step away for a minute, and then we are catching a sleep, and we'll proceed from there. that didn't feel like a lot of gas. Yeah, I'm gonna need more gas up here. Electrical parts yet? Yes, we do. Good, good. Oh, fulfilling your destiny. Must have electrical parts. Alright, now my generators are synced up. Alright, folks, I will be right back. Just one moment. We'll proceed with our evening and then get translated back to Louisville. But of course, she is also hungry. All right, so I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Building a rail loop. Oh boy. Oh, Satisfactory. Oh my God. No, no, don't tell me. I'm terrified of Satisfactory. Factorio, Satisfactory. They're both things that I actually own a copy of Satisfactory. Factorio, I don't know if I pulled the trigger on buying it, but it's one of those things that I'm saving for maybe retirement. When I literally don't have a day job anymore instead of just a really easy one. Okay, so I think this military backpack is empty. Yeah. This is a handbag now. And we are taking everything that's on the floor here with us. Short bat with a rail spike. That's kind of like a hatchet, I think. Now, this other military backpack is just literally full of M16 magazines. But it's not actually 100% quote-unquote full. So I think I can also carry it. So we're double bagging it. It's great. We got a little bit of food here that I would like to use up, if at all possible. We have a full bin of coffee. That is perfect. That is where I'm going to use these 6 mugs that we filled up with water. Let me go see if I actually have room for these backpacks anywhere. Could use some floodlights out here, but it's a bit late for that. So we've got room for about 30 back here. I was not going to do much in the way of weaponry in the back of State Trooper. State Trooper is sort of supposed to be now more of a resupply vehicle, I guess, maybe. Something like that. This is my main expedition vehicle. It does have a little bit of room in it. Now, some of the room that's in this vehicle, this right here, this is my primary ambulance, right? This is my, I call it my expedition vehicle. It goes, it's usually the first onto the breach, as it were, usually. There are some duffel bags in it or there would be duffel bags in it, like these. These duffel bags, basically, they go into the ambulance, and then when I get to a destination with the ambulance, we unload it. It was a little different for our Louisville approach because our Louisville approach was lots and lots and lots of combat. But I think we've just not gotten room. Damn. This carton of 357 can go somewhere else. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so, what I'm going to do is just a little trade here. The mail van here has got a mix of weapons and ammo. And I really want to have just... Most step vans in this lineup should have nothing but ammo. And that's what the mail van was until we did a little bit of reallocation. So I'm going to try to get weapons over into the black step van here, which is loose ammo. Because it should have room for it, especially once I get this trade put in. One of these magazines has got to have bullets in it. Yeah, okay. That's not good for my logistics. I hate it when I accidentally have a full magazine in with a bunch of empties. Yes, okay. That was the only reason that we were, like, off by a factor there. Especially with how heavy this 44 Magnum is. And now we've got 177 out of 204. What is that? That's like a 556. Give me something that weighs 12. No? That's going to be a bit tough. Let's start with an 8 here. About another 8. We might be onto something there. Now I can do 6. But I don't have anything that weighs 6. We could do shotgun boxes as opposed to cartons. If I took one out, that weighs 6. No, that doesn't accomplish anything. I can understand the appeal now of people who use those mods that the mods that turn your storage into Tetris. I'm starting to understand the appeal. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, why would I want to do that? If I wanted to play Tetris, I'd just go play Tetris. But no, I'm starting to see the appeal now. I would never install it, but I'm starting to understand why people would. Okay, that is a nice balance right there. That's a nice balance. I like that. So once again, the mail van is full of nothing but cartons. So it goes back in the lineup. $357.38 special. I'm gonna do some trades. I'm gonna trade some of these boxes that are already in it with other vehicles, because I want to have cartons of stuff that I'm going to be using more actively in the black step van, and then we'll take that one forward. 556 is very actively being used right now. That is being used in the M16s. Also 762. I'm just kind of extracting 762 from some of the nearest vans here. So at least that way the calibers that I'm most often. 762 is what I'm putting in the tactical rifle, the one that I'm doing really long distance sniping with. Tactical rifle's great. I was using it near the end of last stream. It's beautiful. Okay, so 38 special, 44 magnum. If I take one of each of those, that's 20 encumbrance. So that would be 4. Yeah, that would be 4 boxes of 556. Hey, look at that. There's 4 boxes of 556. It's beautiful. So now I can take the Black Step van forward with a clean conscience, because everything that's in it is something that, for the most part, is either actively being used or The loose ammo boxes, we want to have those on hand when we're going to be looting gun sources, because gun sources means we get more ammo. We consolidate the ammo with all the loose boxes we already have. We make more cartons. So when we finish taking the checkpoint, we'll have some ammo at some point. There's a few guns lockers in there. And we'll consolidate that with the ammo in the black step van. And proceed from there. So I think we'll do some more cooking tomorrow morning. We do have a free roasting pan here. And we are in need of some more foodstuffs. Now we finally have a vehicle with cookware in it. So my dearth of locally sourced cookware is a problem that I don't have to continue putting up with forever. This Steam account is old enough to vote. Oh man, that's where am I at now? You got me curious. I'm at 17 years of service. So I'm like 1 year behind you there. I could probably already vote in some countries. The ones that allow really young people to vote for some reason. Second bedtime at 5 a.m. Perfect timing. Now I'm terrified we're going to have bad weather today, because otherwise things are going very smoothly. Well, not bad weather, but a nightmare. It's 7:10. We're about to make coffee, so that's no problem. There is a bullet of coffee here, and we have 6 mugs. I think that actually will use up this bullet completely. Ugh. One of those mugs is the wrong kind of mug. There's one type of mug that has a white icon, but is actually a different mug from the rest of the white ones. It's this one right here. I need to drink the coffee from this one, and then... I'm drinking the coffee because we woke up with a nightmare. This will ensure that my... I am like at minimum fatigue now. Here it is. So the item report is base.mug.L as opposed to mug white. I need to like get that out of here completely. A garbage can over here. I've got enough mugs now. I don't have to put up with that anymore. The color changing mug. See, the icon, like I said, it's white while it's empty, but then when you fill it up, it turns into a blue mug, and it doesn't allow you to do bulk coffee crafting. So we've got 5 coffees now. Let's spice them up. We have our Meals on Wheels vehicle here now. So we can put common mallow and black sage. I am very curious if black sage makes it a stress-reducing coffee. Nope. Damn. I was hoping it was one of those herbs like chamomile. It's not. Or whatever. What about common mallow? Nope. Nope. But it does add unhappiness reduction, so... Wait, not even chamomile? What? Did they nerf that? Where's my mint? Oh, hang on a second. Yes, there's my mint. Can't forget about that. Mint, I believe, is the only thing that causes your... Well, there's mint, and then there's... I swear there was one other thing than mint. I thought it was chamomile. But apparently not. So now that I know that chamomile doesn't actually do the trick, nor does black sage. Well, that sucks. That's all I can say about that. That sucks. Well, we got some good coffees. That's what matters. So this duffel bag here is full of empty 9mm magazines. I probably don't need them right now, but thankfully I have room for them, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the black ammo van for now. Ginseng is I thought ginseng was endurance. Ginseng, I don't know what else it does. I know for a fact it reduces it gives you endurance back. There's no point in looking in here. We are literally full back here. Passenger seat of the ambulance should have a little bit of room, because usually in the past I would consolidate armor with the ambulance. And here's a trauma bag with 115 1911 auto magazines in it. I don't think I have room for this anywhere right now. I was not planning on doing 45 ACP for the military checkpoint, so it is okay to leave that. I just want to leave this somewhere conspicuous. Right here is probably fine. Alright, I'll go ahead and give her something to read really quick so we get rid of the stress from the nightmare. Wait a minute, I don't have to do that. We got animals. I keep forgetting we got animals up here. I can pet them, and that reduces my stress. Look at that. Stress goes away. Oi. Oy vey. There's no noticing in the chat. We don't notice here. No noticing allowed. Alright, no, I think we're fit to deploy. How about I get a new flashlight battery? That's a nice, I always carry around a battery backup, or a backup battery for my flashlight, but it is better to not have to rely on that. And just because I feel like I might need them, one set of extra respirator filters for now. Yeah, that's a good thing to have on my person. Alright, so we are now taking ambulance, and it is towing the ammo step van. And for the next leg of the journey after that, we will do the state trooper mobile towing a different ammo step van, and so on and so forth. We can do a step van towing another step van, but we can only go in reverse. And I do not feel like exploiting the... there is a glitch where you can take the tires off, and the step van can actually tow another step van if you do that. I'm not gonna try to get in the habit of doing that, because someday it's gonna be nerfed. It's a question of when, not if. The battery of the black step van is a little low, so I'm gonna leave it running while we do this. Abreu, how's it going? Yes, we took a look at your car collection. It is quite fantastic. I particularly enjoy that you got one of the race cars that I've never seen. We got the red and the blue, but you got the green one. So, for anybody joining, welcome. Our current objective is the Louisville checkpoint, and we've spent the past, oh god, we've been at this for a couple of hours already. This game, man. If you allow yourself to go down a rabbit hole of logistics, it will pull you down that rabbit hole. So we're finally done with some more prep work, and we are redeploying with a... The thing that kind of made me want to come home in the first place was, god damn it, I forgot my food. I'm an idiot. It's not just... I mean, I've got plenty of food. That's not necessarily the problem. I want to be using my perishable food. So we're just going to head back to base really quick, get my food, so that I don't have to keep coming back further. But yeah, the impetus for us to return and do some logistics was my M16 was pretty tarnished. We have retired the M16 that I was using, and now we have a fresh one. As in addition to that, we have a couple of fresh replacements for other weapons as well. Okay, that all looks good. Make sure we get plenty of happies into it, because then it will offset any sads we get. I don't expect too many sads. I just wish there was more ways of getting stress relief from eating. That sounds like a trait, doesn't it? That's probably would be a positive trait. It'll be way too OP for the smokers, unfortunately. Allowing smokers to overeat just to dodge some of the stress mechanics. We should have plenty of one of my vehicles needs a replacement box of nails. We should have plenty of we should have plenty of everything, but I mean, you know, I'm thinking specifics. We've got plenty of... We got 2 generators already. They're in a trailer at our destination, so if I wanted to set up actual powered base, I could do that. But I need to consider that if I wanted to shut down this base and make it so that the Louisville checkpoint thing is my forward base with power, then I would need to dump or empty the freezer of both the main fridge and the other freezer. So that is, we don't have the encumbrance for that on this trip. Okay, food acquired. We are now officially 200% good to go. Hey, Richie, good morning. We got things on the agenda today, lots of things. Trying to execute them all in the correct order. But Louisville checkpoint is among the most pertinent, and we are more than prepped for it now. We got food for at least 3.5 days, if not 4. All right, moving on up. That's where I needed, okay, so one of several places that needed a box of nails replacement was the ambulance. I probably should have brought a few nails from Phallus Lake. We do have quite a few there. Let's get to third gear. Come on now. Almost there. This is the same pairing that had the incident the other day. I still have Premiere open. I'm working on a bit of a compilation for that. But that is a level of bargaining. Where's my zoom? There you are. This is from yesterday. Or no, this is from the day before, actually. That, we gotta make sure we don't let this happen again. That, did result in some trunk damage, unfortunately. And, I am, if anybody's interested in what went on the other day, I am working on a compilation video for that, along with some other silly towing incidents that I've had recently. You know, I felt like the ambulance was doing better earlier. Don't know exactly what could have changed. And yes, the title of the video is going to be called, "What Are You Doing, Step Van?" Help me, Step Van, I'm stuck. One of those two. I might even use YouTube's A/B testing for the titles. What are you doing, Step Van? Help me, Step Van, I'm stuck. So when the railroad tracks come up here, we can actually take the railroad tracks directly to our new location for handling the checkpoint. And I don't have to worry about these zombies to the left of me. They literally can't get to me. I don't know what was going through the devs' heads when they changed something about concrete barriers, but now they're incrossable. So zombies just on the other side of these concrete barriers, the zombies might as well be on the other side of an impassable wall. They just stand there and shake their head impotently at me. I expect that to be patched in the not-too-distant future, because that is a bug that is making our lives easier, and that's we can't have that now, can we? Some of them might figure out how to get around eventually. I mean, look at those guys. They're moving in the right direction. So eventually I might have to come back through this 31 West segment here and actually get it cleaned up. So here it is. It's right up here after Ruby Gas that we have to get onto the tracks. Now I really feel like a train. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Logistics. And the reason we're taking the train tracks is because this is just a direct route to the Louisville rail yard. Louisville rail yard administrative building, I guess. I memorize what the text on the front of the building says. It's definitely not as iconic as Reed Office Building. Here we are. Kentucky Rail Freight and Logistics. Okay, yeah, freight and logistics. Yep, yep. There's a lot of logistics going on and a lot of freight going on. Yeah, I did not test this, but I'm pretty sure that now that concrete barriers cannot be jumped over, or flipped over like a low fence, what that means is if you pick it up and put it back down, that probably just means it is now a player placed building, right? So they'll just attack it like any other building now. That's my prediction. They weigh 25 encumbrance, so you wouldn't be able to move them very efficiently anyway. That's like you'd be able to put like what is that 8 per perfect step van, maybe? Yeah. 9 if you use the seat. So the trailer right there has our generators. Fire truck here is heavy combat. I'm gonna go ahead and gear up for heavy combat now. Coat of plates, bone choker, metal gloves. By your powers combined, I am Captain 50% or above protection on the entire body. And for now, we're putting empty magazines into the expedition ambulance here. The other ambulance, the one with the dirt under it, that is kind of just a not very well-defined vehicle. It used to be my primary. Both these ambulances have 100 engine quality, so they're both peak. But of course, if I'm going to pick one that has a perfect visual, of course I'm going to pick that one. I think we're set. Yeah, we're set. Got a half-mask respirator. We got a backup filter for it. 5 magazines of M16 and about 100 shots of 762. And on the roof, we have more cartons of 762. I am going to weld some replacements to the defenses. The front-facing defenses. For that, I will need to at least replace 1 window's worth here. And you know what? I'm going to add more bars. Yeah, we're going to double up on the bars here. So, if zombies come out of the checkpoint... Ooh, that guy has a backpack. I should not let that go away. Thank you, Sam Oliver. There's another one with a black backpack in there somewhere, and I need to find that. Okay, so we've got 2 intact on the exterior here. Let's start by replacing those. And then we should have enough. We got 6. Okay, so we've got enough for 2 on the interior. Now, these are not our last line of defense. They have to get through these doors, and then they have to get through these doors. So they, they've got to get through several barriers before they can get to us. There are other ways they could get to us if they were smarter about it, but these are not 7 days to die zombies, thankfully. I'm just going to do the... there we go. Just going to do there and there. That's good for now, because I'm out of iron pipes now. I might have sheets. Yeah, I'm going to check if I have sheets. If I have sheets, I'm going to slap some sheets on the... I could actually use a military backpack right now. Thanks, Sam. We have another ghillie suit dude here? Yes. Use a ghillie suit dude with a man pack. I maintain that man packs may be useful for NPCs someday if you send them on patrols. It'll be up to the future as to whether that's a good idea or not. Absolutely taking that 762 from the guy. Oh, yes. No, you're correct, Ranzara. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Yes, I am going to harvest electronics. I'm going to do that as an overnight task. And I'll also put on this mask that's respirator filters are almost empty, so that we don't get sick, and we get rid of these respirator filters that are almost empty, and then replace them with the good ones. But yeah, I'll do that as an overnight task when it's not as bright. I want to make use of the daylight while we have it. Sheets. I was looking for steel sheets, if we have them. Only iron pipes right now. We could get some steel sheets. I'll do that if it's necessary. In a perfect world, I shouldn't need them. In a perfect world, well, in a perfect world, right? In a perfect world, I should not need to go get more steel sheets and weld more barricades. If too many zombies show up at the bottom, I'm just going to leave the building and fight them. I'm not going to just try to stand my ground in the building. That is, I would never recommend doing that in this situation like this. Fuck, man, we're, I need to take these, it's these shirts, it's got to be these shirts here. The shirts are, probably should have not even bothered putting those on. Tea and Hawaiian. And also the bandana. Didn't realize the ambulance is full. Okay. Okay, there we go. See, the Hawaiian shirt and the whatchamacallit, and the Scrubs t-shirt are not necessary at the moment because they only are going to they're redundant protection to the upper arms, and extra redundant for the chest while I'm wearing the armor. If I'm wearing the chest armor, I should need to wear those. A Zed South, standing there menacingly. Just standing there menacingly? Look at this guy. Really? In front of my step fans? I like his hat. It's a damn shame I can't wear hats anymore. It's literally too hot for them now. Eating this roast, and then we're going upstairs, and we're going loud. I was going to do a thing with... So one of the problems is, if we do get zombies coming up to the bottom of the building, after a certain point, I can't shoot them. If I'm on the roof, I can't shoot them while they're, like, downstairs right in front of the windows. I could fix that if I made a little outcropping up here, like a pier almost. Like a pier to shoot from, maybe in the corner. Like a pier to shoot from in the corner, because then I'd be able to go out to the edge of the pier and then shoot down towards where they'd be trying to break in. And, of course, now we have some thirsties. For that, I would just need some logs. That shouldn't be too hard. Do I have nails? Better have nails. Multiple vehicles have axes in them, because I keep remembering to actually put them back. This is actually a decent way to test my, to make sure that I don't get too overheated from combat, because the body heat generation from chopping trees. Yeah, okay. It's unavoidable to have a little bit of body heat gen, and that's fine. It's fine, I can survive, but I'm not going to say I like it. Now, it might not look like there's a lot of zombies in the current area of the checkpoint. There will be, trust me. There will be. We need only call them to our side. And what I'm thinking about doing is, see, we control their flow, right? We control their flow. There are strategic holes that we can make in the fence when we're ready to get zombies from different segments of the checkpoint. So at the very top left of the screen, kind of in front of where my ugly face is, there, the zombies in that segment behind that fence will never make their way to us right now. They just are too far away, and if they hear gunshots, they'll get a little confused and try to go around and then lose track of us and then give up and hear gunshots and come back. Yeah, it just doesn't work right. But if we were to go in there and make a hole, then they could get their way, they could get a lot closer to us a lot easier. So we can make that hole whenever we want to. So we don't have to worry about getting overwhelmed if we control the flow. So what is that? That's 3 logs. That's 9 planks. 12 would be a nice number. I'm going to grab this last one here. One of the reasons I'm getting really heated right now actually has nothing to do with body heat generation. Well, a little bit, but the mask itself, I always forget about this. The mask, the respirator mask, is actually pretty high insulation. If you look at my temperature, look at that. Look at that. That is, that's actually like some of the highest insulation thanks to the stupid-ass mask. So we're trying to do our best against over-insulating and balancing ourselves with fallback protection, and it's a battle. It's definitely a battle. Yeah, this is, well, this is awkward. I don't have a way to disassemble the railing, and I can't build an outcropping unless I do that, so I can take the mask off now. We are away from these stink zones. I need the sledgehammer is what I need. But also, do I want to build any welded fences up there? Possibly. Possibly. Yes, I am going to do 2 welded fences so that I can more clearly see over the ledge. I'm definitely overthinking it. I'm definitely overthinking it. I have been known to do such things. Here's my MSR-7T. This, of course, needs to be upstairs with us. Oh, okay, so zombies being able to go under vehicles, that ruined our ability to use this, whatchamacallit, this car over here strategically while it still had tires. We took the tires off, so they shouldn't be able to go under that anymore. However, we could also, I mean, this is a little gamey, we could pull one of our vehicles in front of this, these 4 tiles here, and block that off completely. But then they would just go around. This place is kind of Swiss cheese. They would find a way in, quite easily, actually. So for now, I'm perfectly okay with them just, bashing their heads against something that they have to break first. Sledgehammer, that's what I need. I knew I needed something other than what I was grabbing. Alright, upstairs we go. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. We are at the Louisville Freight and Logistics building, just next to the Louisville checkpoint, the military checkpoint. And what we're doing at the immediate moment is building a outcropping so that we are capable of shooting down at the zombies that may actually make it to us and try to break in from the bottom there. There's several things they would have to break before they can get to us up here. But they do know how to get to us up here, so that is important to be aware of. Oh, yes, Ranzer, I actually did that at the beginning of the stream. That, man, again with the insulate. But of course, it's 84 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. We are literally in the dead of summer heat, so there's only so much I can do. I like to say that I prepped for it, but I mean, the fact that I'm getting away with what I'm getting away with is already pretty cool. I'm not even gonna act like this is not going well as far as insulation versus protection. Oh, a corner. Oh, a corner. Oh, corners. Sledgehammering corners, boys. Okay. So, my precedent is walls, and we got quite heated when this went wrong. I believe if you are trying to sledge something in a corner, currently, it will sledge the wrong tile of what you have highlighted. So what I'm going to do is click here, and I believe it's going to make this one go away. Let's test my theory. Why did it do that? I don't know, but be advised, there's something wrong with sledging corners right now. And that fucked up one of my gas station bases tremendously. I didn't like that. I was very mad about that. Got a little angry. Doesn't have any problems when it's there's no other things to target. So that should be all we need to do for the sledge work. And now we're just a couple of floors. If this looks dangerous, yes, it is. Be very, very, very careful doing this. I don't intend on spending too much time on the outcropping. I suppose in theory I shouldn't need to. It is just mostly to get a little distance and check to see if there's anybody in front of the... Assuming I can even do that. I mean, okay, if I mean, I suppose I could probably see better now. I could see, you know... No, I don't think that's going to work very well. Damn, that's a shame. Yeah, it did show. It showed the left one. Zacto, yes, Zacto, you're correct about that, but it's not working properly. That was kind of where I was going with that. We highlighted the corner was highlighted, or sorry, this side was highlighted, and yet for some reason there was the other side that got broken, and I don't know why. Now this is a 2-story drop, so if I fall off, it is all but certain death. So the goal is, of course, to not fall off, ever, under any circumstances. And this is why I was thinking about welded fences, because iron fences I could actually see through the bars, but I don't think that's going to be relevant right now. What I'm going to do is go ahead and open a carton and then put the boxes back for the most part so that the ammo is in loose box form, easier to open up as needed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go loud. I'm going to shoot any zombies that I can see, and I'm going to probe and see what that brings down upon us. If my calculations are correct, there won't be that many at the immediate moment. We would have to go out there and lure some more if we want to get the, like the rest of the checkpoint into this corner, for example. So I'm just going to probe, and I'm going to take a few shots and see what we get. It's a beautifully tight crosshair. Unfortunately, we cannot actually target anybody yet. Nobody's close enough. So I'm going to drop the rifle real quick and fire a shot into the air. That is sufficient to get the attention of a few people. At least this one over here. She's really slow, but she should make her way to the fence. Eventually, perhaps, maybe. I'm pretty sure we can at least hit the fence. I'm sure this gun is probably louder than the patrol revolver. There we go, I got a target now. Now we can see there's more coming because this gun is much louder. So I'm curious to see exactly what their pathing is going to look like. Are they going to try to go through the car there? No, they're just going to do whatever they want. Now, if there are Zeds who try to get into the building through the windows there, I should actually technically be able to target them. But it would be a blind target. So, yeah, it's, I also might increase the zoom level. We decreased it back when I was doing the military research facility. And it saved us a few frames per second, but at this point, because I'm at max zoom right now, and I keep having to go to the edge to get these shots. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna increase zoom level just a little bit here. Oh yeah, shotgun. Yeah, so shotguns they go wider than rifles, I'm guessing. I never really paid attention to the radius too well. It's under UI. Yeah, here we go. So basically, we had turned off these two higher zoom levels so that we could save some frame rates. But I think we'll be fine here. It was because of the military research facility in the basement being like 17 floors down. I think that was a unique case. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure our CPU can handle this. Now, ones like this one over here are probably the most dangerous because they have no barriers. They'll just walk straight up to our windows and start slapping them. That guy is carrying a man pack, I believe. But yeah, you see how we're kind of chain pulling them from a distance? It's great. The funniest part is we might not actually, we might not trigger combat music. Now, we cannot see zombies that would be, like, point blank in front of the windows on the rest of the building. However, we can see if the windows break. So any building, any windows, like, on the rest of the building, if they break, we'll be able to see it. We might even be able to hear it. I'm not sure. It might be a little too far to hear. Thought for a second I heard somebody hitting something. See, now when they get to this corner up here, we get a little bit better of a shot. We got a Slender Man. Slender Man stuck in the fence. Oh, shit. Why can't I target him? I should be able to target him. No, seriously, why can't I target that guy? What's going on here? There we go. I gotta, like, aim a little higher. Okay, the ragdoll is just kind of distracting now. I do know that if you turn ragdolls off while there's a glitchy one, I think you run the risk of crashing the game. In the past, I have turned off ragdolls due to a lot of glitchy ones being around, and that has almost always resulted in a crash. Oh, come on now. Ooh, we've got a lot up there. Okay. That's, take that under advisement. See, here's a problem. Once there gets to be a lot of them up against a fence, suddenly we can't, oh shit. Oh, that's not good. We got somebody going for a window. Okay, I'm going downstairs because we've got people going for the windows, and we've also got, this is getting out of hand. Oh, he never made it to the window. That's kind of funny. Sup, homie? All right, M16 is a go, and we are going to be forced to. Oh wow, holy shit, that is way more concentrated than I was expecting. They broke the fence already. So what does that mean? That means shotgun time. I was not expecting them to get that dense that quickly, but I definitely underestimated the density of what would be in earshot. So, shotguns. We've got one already prepped here. There's fatigue. I'm just going to drink some coffee. Oh, there's my other ammo straps. Ah, yes. Okay, good. Good. Now, a lot of the zombies have stopped attacking the fences because we, line of sighted them, so they lost track of us. Where did the coffee go? Oh, tell me I put it in the other vehicle. Yep, okay. Boys. Oh, I failed. Okay. Well, this is a bit awkward. If we don't re-engage now, I don't think they're going to break through the second fence. Because remember, they lost track of us after we left the roof. And that's a really good thing. That is a really good thing, because now I am caught with my pants down a little bit here. Okay, so we do have coffee. We have coffee containers, but we don't have any mugs. Because, like some kind of a doofus, I put them in the other vehicle. That having a huge fleet is finally coming back to bite me now. So those ammo straps I picked up, since we have a moment, I'm going to go ahead and put them on this L92 carbine. So the two guns that I'm using right now that can take ammo... Wait a minute, can I put those on the... Hang on. I've never tried. Can I put them on the... I can put them on the MSR-7T! Holy shit, I never even considered that. We can have 4 different upgrades on the MSR-7T. So we've got an 8x scope, a laser sight, a recoil pad, and now ammo straps. That is beautiful. But unfortunately, well, it's fine. We're just not immediately using it. I'm putting it away in the combat van now. L92 carbine, putting that away. Shotgun back into my hands. One of the things I'm considering now is we're going to replace my bullets bandolier with a shells bandolier. We have reached the point where the shotgun is going to be necessary, so... Shells bandolier, we have one in the ambulance here, in the correct color. As a organized person, I can fit 33 shells in the bandolier, but the most important thing is wearing it, because I believe, and if anybody knows otherwise, let me know, but I'm pretty sure that as long as you're wearing the bandolier, it doesn't actually matter where the shells come from, whether it comes from the backpack or whatnot. Right in front of us here is the shotgun carrier. But we don't even have to crack into it just yet because there is loose shotgun ammo in the black step van here. I would like to go through that first. Okay. Don't want to forget my other bandolier. As long as we're carrying the, as long as we're going to carry around the 357, I should hold on to it. And putting away the rifle. So what I'm going to do is get a sleep, and I might, as an overnight task, I might actually thin the herd a little bit with melee. That is probably what I'm going to do as an overnight task. We need a refill of water. We do have water bottles here. That's as a backup. We're looking okay. My patrol revolver is a little bit... Okay, so if revolvers don't jam, then does the condition actually affect anything? That I'm curious about, because condition, as far as I know, is usually that's usually you're looking out for condition when you're thinking about jamming. I'm going to go ahead and take the armor off now, because we're moving in the sleep direction. All the discomfort is gone. Let's just have a bite to eat and then hit the sack. I'm over encumbered, so I'm sitting on the bed. That prevents me from shedding health. Alright, so restless sleeper, we didn't get a full night's sleep, and that's fine. Overnight task is a go. I would like a light up here that doesn't need to be powered by any generators or anything, so that's an easy thing I could do real quick. We've got a, whatchamacallit, one of these floor lights. A little heavy, not very efficient, but in a pinch, they're pretty decent. Just dropping some heavy stuff really quick. And we can make battery connectors out of any light that we want to. So of the lights to choose from, the tall lamp is not a bad choice. Battery connector just costs 1 electrical part. It actually kind of sucks that the combat music didn't trigger because we lost the game's normal music. That always happens when the game goes too long without playing combat music. The regular music breaks, unfortunately. There's a key to the LV rail office. I don't think I'll actually need it, but I'll hold on to it as sake of holding on to it. Don't actually need light to disassemble electrical things like this. This we do. We already have a dispenser upstairs, so I'm just going to take the bottle upstairs with me real quick. And then I will proceed to... Hang on a second, this is a janitor's closet, isn't it? Nah, it's a bathroom, okay. Janitor's closet might have had some electrical stuff in it, but that's fine. Alright, we're armoring up since we're going to go outside. We don't know exactly what to expect outside. And we've got about 2 hours to burn. I'm probably just going to see if I can't melee a few of them. If I can't, then so be it. If I'm going to be meleeing them, I need to be light on my feet. So let's... I do not plan on shooting, so I'm going to drop the heavy guns for the immediate moment here. Okay, meleeing them is not really going to be an option. A lot of them are... they don't know how to get through this, the car anymore. The car is effectively blocking them. There would definitely have been plenty of them out here by now if it wasn't. And I think I'm okay with that. See, what I could do, and I don't know if I will do this, but what I could do, one of my options, is I could make another hole in the fence all the way down here. Like, all the way down here. And watch them get stuck constantly trying to go all the way around. But that would give lots of opportunities to like kind of shotgun them and fall back and then shotgun them again. Let me take the mask off since I am out of the stink zone now. Just gonna get ahead of this guy real quick. He was probably outside the fence to begin with. He, she, whatever. Maury, how's it going? Can't figure out the disassembly. Get a washing machine. Oh, don't, wait, no, don't disassemble it. You need to pick it up and place it and then plumb it. So, assuming you have power, then you need water for it. Oh, yeah, I mean, if Ranzar is correct, if you haven't picked it up and moved it right yet. Just gonna flank this zombie real quick. Hello. Okay, there's probably more back here than I immediately can see. I think these crates and trains are usually filled with, just logs, or, planks. That guy had overalls. Checking him for respirators. Damn. Armando Pollock, you have disappointed me. Oh, you're on B41. It should have been the same. I don't, I played B41. I had laundry infrastructure. I do not recall seeing anything different about it. Oh, look, there's a mug and a cup of coffee here. With that, we actually can make coffee without having to go back to base. But I will have to... Why is there coffee in here? That is... I got nothing on that. I have no idea why there's coffee in here. This must be a, I guess we'll just call this office supplies room. But I'm not going to question that. That means we've got coffee. And a fair bit of it, actually. What? Okay, yeah, I did not have coffee on my bucket list when I came in here, but I was mostly just clearing it for zombies and peeking at the shelves, but then I saw coffee, and now, okay, yeah, we're doing this now. This loot table that we're seeing in this room is the loot table that I kind of see for, like, those, university, rec room places where they got, like, the, you know, the little arcades and the couches and the shelves. There are probably a few more in the rail yard area that we're going to have to deal with at some point. But that was a good chunk of them. Oh, public service announcement. If you are a fair, decent level of electrical, you can disassemble these things here for steel sheets. And that is something I'm going to do right now. Because steel sheets are boarded up windows. Boarded up windows are good. I do like the way these things look. I like to use them as base decorations, but in this case, steel sheets are far more useful to me right now. Ah, coffee machine. Beautiful. And I'm going to steal water from here for the mugs I picked up. No idea what's in here either. The zombies broke this when I went loud the other day. Dub rods. Okay, I'm going to come back here. I need to keep this in mind that there are dub rods in here. Welding rods. They're a useful thing. Specifically on the lookout for electrical parts, but dub rods would be also very useful in the near future. Most of my fortune of welding rods is already assembled with us, so we'll just be adding. My power will be growing. That's a respirator with some shittier filters. Wood glue is your ticket to more respirator filters. Wood glue plus a sponge plus some duct tape plus some other. I'm not 100% sure all the materials. Recharge filters, duct tape, charcoal. Wood charcoal is the best for that because it's easy. Mortar and pestle. That's the hardest part. Mortar and pestle is. I should have that in my expedition vehicle. So we're a little late for my second bedtime, but that has been a productive evening. Tomorrow we will see what kind of carnage we can wreak with the shotgun on the condensed. I don't know if you guys see this, but fog is closing in. So, what does that mean? That means no guns tomorrow, is what this means. Shit. Well, I suppose I could make this place more defensible. Let's see how thick the fog ends up being. Oh shit, I forgot to take my armor off. We might wake up stressed. We're almost to the 1-year anniversary, which is neat. I'm going to read a magazine real quick. That will get ahead of any potential stress from leaving the armor on all night. I'm just going to put the coffee machine right on here. Fog doesn't look too heavy right now, but that's because we're indoors. Let's see what it looks like outdoors. This is workable, but it's still not gunfighting weather. This is not gunfighting weather. Your aiming reticle will be absolutely terrible. Ranzera makes a very good point. It is probably going to be a electrical farming afternoon here because we, not just here, these 17 scrap electronics, this is the most we have anywhere on the map right now. We have absolutely annihilated our stockpile of electrical parts because of our. We kind of when we found our first copy of the explosives magazine, we got a little excited and just started blowing through electrical so that we could make our own long-range detonator, which is a level 6 recipe for that's the highest level requirement for anything related to electrical. Second box of nails for the expedition vehicle refunded. Long time coming. Fountain cup for the fountain cup god. Cookware for the cookware god. Except the cookware god is not available right now. Steel sheets. Let's do steel sheets on these windows here, because we did have a zombie or two coming up to them, and that's no good. Is the fog lifting already? Hang on. No. I got excited for a second there. It looked like it was lifting. Not yet. I'm going to go get some more steel sheets. I know exactly where to find some more. There is a bunch of cars that we disassembled. The best thing I can do right now to get a vehicle that just has a lot of room in it, my ambulance, the expedition vehicle, the primary vehicle here, everything that I keep stored in it is all in a container. So if I want to just quickly use it as a hauling vehicle, I just dump all those containers on the ground, and voila, I got myself a perfect ambulance trunk that I can go fill up with stuff now. The containers, of course, duffel bags are kind of heavy. It's actually not the most optimal thing to store your supplies in duffel bags. Their dry weight is 1.0. That's kind of a waste. Garbage bags would be the most efficient, but I also like having different icons to zero in on. Makes it more efficient for my brain. So up here we actually cleared the road of burned wrecks, but I don't think we picked up some of these piles we haven't even touched. So I'm going to take steel sheets small, and iron pipes and steel rods, and the fog is lifting. So we only lost like the morning here, which is great. I'm going to finish what I started here, but otherwise we are definitely unloading some shotgun shortly after we get more barricades put together. So steel sheet small, iron pipe, steel bar, steel rod. Those generally are the most useful of what you get from the floor here. Scrap metal is a distant, not distant actually, scrap metal, depending on where you're at. If you have a lot, then you don't need it. But if you need it and you don't have a lot, it can actually get really fucking irritating. Because the only way to get it, just like iron pipes, is to weld apart things. I've never liked that. I do hope welding gets some love sometime in the not too distant future. Scrap metal is a requirement for things like the big gates that I like to build. The wire fence gates, the double ones. I like those a lot. In my opinion, they're one of the best doors you can have for a base. Outside of Extinction, of course, because in Extinction, zombies can open doors. If anybody's played Extinction and they've tried building a double gate, and you've actually lived long enough to build one, do let me know if they zombies can actually open those. I assume that if they can open regular doors, then things like gates are not off the table. And that bothered me because I tried to put a padlock on one of my gates just out of curiosity, but I can't. Apparently padlocks in this universe are only for containers. Right now we don't have to worry about zombies stealing items from us. Only our blood. Zombies can't open it. Fuck. Well, that fucking sucks, doesn't it? Oh, now that okay, so, I know that doorknobs are linked to keys. The, wire fence gates do not, use knobs, but the double tall, or the double, the double wooden fence gates do use knobs. Does that mean you can use a knob with a key to, make it lockable? Never tried. Making me use my noggin for things that I'm never going to engage with. I talked about this the other day when I did a bit of reaction video to the Atomic Duck interview, but I will never play Extinction until there needs to be a movement superiority option for sprinters. It does not have to be easy. In fact, I think it should be hard, but there needs to be something. It needs to be not a checkmate for multiple sprinters to just be approaching from a couple of different angles. But when in the interview, the gentleman mentioned that they don't intend on doing major, additional major reworks for extinction mode. And that means, yeah, I don't expect them to, I do not expect anything like a dodge button anytime soon. That was my recommendation for a movement superiority over sprinters. As a enjoyer of dodges in games like Darktide. Right, but is there anything other than fence strats? What are the other options for dealing with sprinters? Do we really just want to bend over and say that if three or four sprinters come at us from multiple angles, just game over? Should we just give up and try again? This is how you died, right? Is that really where we should be going with that? I disagree, personally. Well, I mean, of course they are. Guns are good against everything, but I mean, being forced to use guns that's not very good gameplay. That doesn't the game doesn't force you to use guns anywhere else in this game. Any situation right now that I feel like I could handle with guns, I also have the option of just not doing it. I could turn 360 degrees and walk away. I do want to. I want to play some more Darktide on this channel, so that I have some more like up-to-date examples that I could give to my Zomboid enjoying audience of how dodging really makes fast-moving enemies a fair proposition, even if a very difficult proposition. It's never that I'm against difficulty. Please, I know this. Most of my viewers probably are not going to assume that I'm against difficulty. I'm really not. What I'm against is unfairness. And sprinters, in my humble opinion, are a fundamentally unfair proposition. But we don't have to worry too much about that right now because there ain't no sprinters in this universe. Let me go ahead and put this... we put the coffee machine upstairs. I do want to get my expedition vehicle reloaded. All the welding stuff that we picked up can just stay where it is on the floor for now. At some point, perhaps, we will get it put into a different vehicle, but it does not go in my expedition ambulance that needs to have this stuff in it. So before we do anything else, let's get that back in there. And now we're just going to close up a couple of gaps here, and then we are off to work. We had 2 bars that we could put together downstairs, and then 1 more steel sheet on this side. Let me get this steel sheet first. Oops, there we go. I do not remember how many windows are on the other side. Let me check real quick. 1, 2, 3. I do not expect very many people trying to get in those windows. But now that we have the welding materials to get ahead of that, I would like to try to get ahead of that. 1, 2, 3. And you know what? Just for redundancy, Alright, those are double barricaded. We brought steel sheets for these doors as well. I'm going to close the inner doors. Actually, before I do, let's do it like this. Let's do barricades on the inside doors here. How many sheets do we have? 5 sheets. I'm going to do the inside doors here. And now I just need 3 more, or 2 more, for this side. Now remember, every time I do one of these, it costs me welding rods. And welding rods, while we have a lot of them right now, they are very finite. The only reason we have so many right now is because I've literally collected all of them that I could ever find. Who is that? Getting a little rowdy up there. Now remember, as soon as I start shooting with the shotgun, every single one of them will be coming our way. And I'm not 100% sure how that's going to play out. There is a part of me that wants to... I mean, I feel like I could possibly stay ahead of them before they break the... Yeah, before they break the gate. Which would be great if I could do that. Let's go ahead and gear up here. I'm going to open most of these boxes. Most. I'm going to open all of them. We got room. So in all, we've got a little over 200 shells of shotgun. So we are at stage 2 over encumbrance while we have the shotgun in our hands. The shotgun should not stay in our hands forever. In fact, ideally it won't stay in our hands very long. Okay. Let's get an idea of where we're doing this. In a perfect world, I'll start somewhere that is outside the current stink zone. I mean, hell, like I was saying before, if we go all the way up here, then that gives us plenty of wiggle room to fall back as necessary. This is going to have a bit of an added effect of pulling zombies from further into the checkpoint. I would like to do this here where there's minimum trees between the fences. This feels like a good spot here. So I'm going to leave the truck running so that the AC is going so I can chill, as it were. And before we use the shotgun, we're going to open up with the M16. The shotgun will be laying on the ground there for when we are ready to switch. Okay, I'm ready. Here goes. We're just staying loose with the M16 first. Oh, I need to keep an eye on my 6. I feel like the rail yard, we should have pulled a chunk of them, but yeah, we need to keep an eye on our 6. We may need to fall back. I thought the rail yard... Yeah, I don't know what I thought. I didn't. That's probably enough. I didn't think. So once they start getting very condensed, that's when we, yeah, here we go. Shotgun time. Oh yeah. Now when it feels like I can't get multi-kills with the shotgun, that's when we'll switch back to the M16. No idea if these two are the only ones. I'm liking it. Aiming level 7, boys. Why am I getting stressed, I wonder? I don't know why I'm getting stressed, guys. Perhaps they found something to hit that, I don't know. When you get a multi-kill with the shotgun, it has a tendency to reduce stress a lot. But we're not staying ahead of it. I don't know how much that's affecting our efficacy. Definitely not good though. Can't, this is unsustainable. Fences no longer cause stress gain. It seems we can do a little better up here, but we're starting to pull them from very far back now. Plus on a 3-tile plan. That's yeah, we're getting in the danger zone on that. are now sick. Wasn't even that close to the stink zone. We're going to need to swap the respirator filters in that ammo check. We're going to need some cartons. I'm going to go ahead and fall back. I know, right? So the white step van here is our ammo shotgun, or sorry, shotgun ammo van. And what I'm going to do is take one carton out of here, put it into the trunk of the fire truck. The hungry German woman continues to essen. They lost track of me. Nice. You need to keep in mind that there is another black backpack up here next to those triple bushes. I'm going to try not to forget that. I know of another one too. About 100 shells, a little over 120. Yeah. No corpse disposal needed. That's what the flies are for. Very nice, very nice. We have done great things today. The filters didn't even all the way run out on my mask. Alright. Having a bite to eat because we are quite hungry. And let's see how much damage the shotgun took. It is at 80%, so that's not bad. I'm packing it up for now, but we will have more shotgun action in the not-too-distant future when we start opening up other sides of the fences, and or just approaching them on foot. We'll see what the most prudent course of action is for that. Alright, now we're going to do some cleanup with the MSR-7T here. Oh. Be very careful trying to aim while driving. All people who probably would have flanked me eventually. Hey, this guy had a mask on. Give me some filters, buddy. Ah, they're almost... No, whatever, I'll take them. I mean, those filters that I just had lasted me quite a while. We can paint the floor red. It just turns black after a while. That door is more useful to me closed. Prefer to deal with the people who want to come from behind on my own time. So lots of stragglers. I'm hoping not enough to actually mess up a fence so I can snipe the rest. That'd be nice. I do really enjoy the sniping. a little too far. I'm really enjoying that reload speed, though. We're just a little too far to get good shots in these guys. Oh, we're fatigued. Fuck. Okay. Well, that came at a rather inopportune time. I'm gonna get one of my generators put in. It's a bit overdue. Where I'm gonna put it is kind of out here-ish, in a place where it won't generally lead them directly into the interior. Only 4 lights powered there. Shit, that's out of range. If that switch is out of range, then we're not close enough. So B42map.com does have a tool that helps you measure generator placement, but it's gonna be, this is gonna be like a multi-story thing, so I'd rather just test it here. Okay, lobby lights. This office does not need to be on. Wait, that's not... this hallway? This hallway doesn't have its own lights. This hallway is a part of the main... Nice! That's actually... I love it when lights do that. Bystander north. Ah, multiple. Okay. When I put that generator in, that should, we should have the ability to get coffee now. Fuck, that sucks. Oh, are we too high up? Of course, I left my coffee, whatchamacallit's downstairs. Generator should work this at this height. It's 3 floors up, 2 floors down, isn't it? Yeah, short-sighted is absolutely working against me. Weapon sights are less effective because of it, and I hate that so much. I hate that with all of my hates. I have 10 hates. I'm just gonna shoot these guys. Another mask. What do we got? Filter's almost empty. What else is new? Meta event. This placement is probably going to work a little better, but it's also going to it's gonna result in some of them coming a little closer to the building than I would have wanted them to. But yes, I'm gonna go upstairs, drink some coffee, and then we'll be able to shoot again. I'm an idiot. Coffee mugs got left downstairs. But otherwise, we've got plenty of locally sourced coffee upstairs. Oh, great. Which one did I put them in? I know I put them somewhere. I hate it when I do this. Oh, passenger seat, fire truck. Dupe. Never let the trade fool you. I'm actually very disorganized. Okay, the rest of the truck is good. Of course, now I am able to shoot better, but now I'm gonna run out of daylight soon. I see a zombie with a gun on her back up there. I think it's a park ranger without a hat. Self-reminder to check anybody near the broken fence for guns. I wonder if discomfort is actually affecting me. That would be an interesting debuff. I have no idea if that could be a thing, but it shouldn't cost me much to take off the heavy armor right now. No, this is just not working. I don't know if it's the light. I don't know if it... No, I mean, honestly, they're probably just too far back. The second fence is probably just too far back. It's over, zombies. I have the high ground. Don't try it. I'm actually gonna finish them off with the carbine here. Or M16, probably. Yeah, that makes more sense. I definitely want the stair lights on. Just not the side room lights. So that is a park ranger, and I don't know what kind of gun that is. It looks like a JS3T, or a shotgun. In any case, she just died in a way that we'll be able to see it easily when we come back to loot. Cleaning up with the M16 should probably be fine. It's up here that we'll run into a little more resistance, because anybody in the corner up here would not have been able to join the shotgun party. Not the best efficacy right now. We are incentivized to shoot from a farther range. I could just take the scope off of this thing. I've never tried just taking off the scope and using the M16 as a night weapon. That probably is fine. In a perfect world, I would use the red dot sight instead of the scope. Yeah, that feels great. Just taking off the scope for nighttime shooting. What are we, 7 rounds? Yeah, 7. Now, of course, I do have the blind up here. It wasn't exactly constructed to give me a firing position. It's actually supposed to be a way to get in and out of the place via, but that's where the flashlight doesn't work, so I would have to maybe move a vehicle over and get some headlights or something. Something to think about later. Maybe as an overnight task. I'm offsetting my bedtime by just a little bit since we did go for the coffee. Not yet, End King. There is... I saw placeholder code for thermal sights, but I have no idea if those are going to actually be for zombie versus zombie activity, or if maybe those are meant for PvP, because, I mean, you think of zombies, do they give off body heat? Doesn't, when I think of zombie lore, I don't often think of body heat. So thermal sights might be a PvP thing that they're just kind of, you know, they got placeholder code for it in the future. I happened to notice the thermal sight code when I was looking at the various things that affect aiming. This was a couple of builds ago, so what I'm talking about might be out of date now. I was specifically looking to see all the different things that could be fucking us up. That was kind of when I realized the impact that fog has. Our respirator is now out of filter. We are attaching a new filter. Lots of slow shamblers. And I mean, we're getting some great shots. This is not like... To be honest, it's probably better to not use the M16. It's probably better to use the carbine for shots like this. Because, I mean, if I'm going to be shooting a closer range, carbine is going to be faster to reload. But I saved the M16 for the checkpoint, and we're at the checkpoint. There's one on my road. If you were talking about the construction guy, I saw him. He got him. just barely out of my flashlight range to get people going through the tent. If I could nail them when they're going through the tent, then that would be almost a free kill. I'm going to go ahead and call it for tonight. It is now midnight o'clock. And offsetting my bedtime by an hour feels like a good offset for the coffee. Well, that's awkward. I literally can't shut off some of the lights down here. I barricaded myself out. I suppose it's not actually the worst thing in the world to have lights on down here, because if there is a Zed in here, I want to be able to see it easy. I don't want to just stop what I'm doing and turn on some lights. Everything else down here is looking pretty good. It is natural that we'd be overheating right now. We're sneaking around and sprinting sneaking, and we got the silly mask on. Nobody cared how hot I got till I put on the mask. Should have closed all the doors down here, just in case people bust in through the windows. That's one more thing they got to break through. Alrighty. I'm pretty good about this strategy. It could have been optimized a lot. Now, okay, last time that I came here, I did something very different. It did end up relying on shotgun for the most of it, and it worked, but it required so much prep, and at the end of it, we were left with a lot of cleanup to do before we could drive through the area. Actually, that's not a bad overnight task. Let me, I'm just going to do a quick survey to see if there are any foot mobile targets on this side of the... It doesn't look like it. If there were, the generator probably might have caught them by now. Okay, so we're good for the immediate moment. I'll show you guys what I did for the last time I hit the checkpoint. It was a lot of fun. What I did was I used cars, lots of them. So a certain part of what I did last time wouldn't work anymore. But we would just have to do some extra steps to make it work. Look at my Steam screenshots here. Recordings and screenshots. We're going back in time. There's a couple of screenshots that just kind of tell you everything you need to know. And we're still in Nora here now, or sorry, Annie, and now we're back to Nora. So here we go. This is what it looks like from the outside during the day. As you can see, we've got just a conga line of cars. Now, I did make one mistake. I left a gap in the side there. I underestimated how many of them would try to use that gap. If I could go back, I would definitely have not left that. But otherwise, fantastic strategy. Now, if you wanted to replicate this strategy as the game is now, all of these cars that are not burned wrecks, take the tires off of every single one of them. So, make of that what you will. I mean, the zombies will basically just now, if there's a car in their way and they can get underneath it, they will crawl underneath it. So I don't necessarily hate that, as long as there is, I mean, like I said, there's a counter to it, so I don't hate it. But the success that we had with that strategy is depicted in this screenshot here. This screenshot, we're hiding behind a wall, So the cars, you can't see the cars, so all you see is just this chain of death here. Just this chain of death. I'm pretty sure there are a couple hundred in yeah, easily close to 1,000 here. I do not know the entire totals. In fact, I really should have looked at my kill count before we got started with the checkpoint. That would have been interesting to know. But it was pretty effective. But like I said, if you look at this, obviously I want to be able to drive down the road, so this made that very difficult. Now, of course, this is also a thing for respawns. This would help me deal with respawns in the checkpoint if I ever had to, but we ain't got no respawns no more, so. Let's get some more water, shall we? So when the guy said something about gas spoilage in that interview that I watched yesterday from Atomic Duck, again, I'm trying to think about what he means by what system is going to enable that. What it really is the liquid system being expanded to allow for liquid spoilage. So that's not just gasoline, that's milk, and now that's probably going to be water someday too. Water in the pipes for a year. I hate to say it, but yeah, we expect that to eventually. I would expect it to be tainted, right? Water that comes out of the sink after maybe just a few months, who knows? But eventually, yes, it will be tainted, and we'll have to boil it, and well, that'll be tedious. It'd be so much better if shit like that was not added until we had NPCs to do it for us, wouldn't it? I would sure like that. I would love to have an NPC that I could just be like, hey, boil some water, or like boil water until this dispenser bottle is full of clean water. Just shit like that. Bills. That's how they do it in RimWorld. Bill of materials, and NPCs assigned to fill those bills. Thankfully, the devs of this game are taking some inspiration from RimWorld. They have specifically name dropped it a few times. So I'm here for it. It is about 5 a.m. That is our second bedtime. Not tired enough to sleep. Fuck. That's what I get for drinking coffee. I'm just going to fast forward for a sec. Yeah, as I predicted, we were very close to the threshold. So there's our second sleep and nightmare. I have no patience for that shit right now. We are drinking a piece of coffee and proceeding. Armor is going back on. And today might be the day that I'm going to start going in there. Let's see. Maybe. I'm going to head outside, see what the weather looks like, and then we'll decide from there. Those filters aren't going to get me much. The filter I replaced in my respirator is pretty good. It is almost full. And if that one were to go bad on us, we have the one that's chilling in the fire truck. I'm going to waste no time getting started with the killing, because we're stressed from the nightmare, and, well, killing zombies is a source of stress reduction. The generator right now is only necessary for lights and coffee. So now that we've got coffee, and we do not need the lights because it's daytime, we're good to go. We are not yet at the point where we have to refrigerate anything. This roast should still be good for a little while longer, but I'm just gonna overeat a little bit because I don't expect it to last too much longer. Let's get some more full M16 magazines out the truck. We've got 6 left. Let's just take all those. And now we can start putting empties into that. So I'm actually gonna go take the empty M16 magazines from the ambulance and put them into that backpack that used to have fulls. Meanwhile, we've got another full backpack with fulls here. Or, not full, but it's got a lot. Here we are. So the Desert Camo M16 backpack is for empties now, and the Forest Camo is for fulls. And we're carrying around 8 reloads on us right now, so we can go nuts. What I'm going to do is carry around a red dot sight in case I feel like switching to short range for the M16. Because the red dot sight will replace the scope, but it increases your the crosshair contraction speed, I believe. So it doesn't like improve your range, but I would be curious to see if that actually had an impact on your capabilities. What am I thinking of? Capabilities in lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that later. Alright, so how do we get in there? There's two ways. One of them requires rope. I would like to put some rope on the blind up there so that I can get down in there without opening it up to zombie movement. So I'm just going to screw around in here a little bit. I'm sure we'll find some rope somewhere. Oh, the shipping container thing up here. Probably going to have some rope in here somewhere. Shipping container, it's just a garage, I guess. There's a little bit of everything in here. There, rope. I knew I saw some. So there's one. We can use rope in place of sheet rope, right? That's I'm pretty sure we can use rope in place of sheet rope. I've never tried, or if I have, I don't remember how it went. Also, whenever there's a bunch of crates like this, blocking the ones in the corner. There was some welding stuff back here in the corner. Coolio. It seems like the stuff back here is all over the place. Some of it is workshop, some of it is... yeah, it's all over the place. What is this place? Industry. Sorry, room report storage. It's a storage loot table. What loot? All settings default. So whatever the default for Apocalypse is. I think that's just 1.0, but I would have to look. I'm not sure. If you were to go in your sandbox settings and set it to Apocalypse, then that is what I play on. Also known as lore cannon. There's a crowbar in here. That actually, we do have one in the ambulance field kit. I'm going to take an extra because a crowbar equals the ability to move around those concrete barricades. Well, you got to know where to look for everything. What are you missing specifically? Are you missing like nails or... because don't worry about finding planks from places like that. Make sure you're cutting trees for planks. Cut trees and then saw logs. So still a fair few in there. Nothing we can't handle with the M16. But what I want to find out before we get started with that, just want to see if I can nail the escape rope. Yes. Just gonna do this really quick. So I used a rope instead of a sheet rope. It used both. Okay, so. Trying to stay ahead of the stress. On back just a second there. That's sorted out. There are a couple who have decided to start slapping in a spot where I can't reach them. Here's what I'm going to do. I've allowed the stress to build up to the point where my current shots are not very effective. I'm going to fall back just a little bit out of their line of sight and just read a book for a second. I literally have books in my trucks for this exact reason. They gonna attack the rope? Oh, fuck. Well, that sucks. I guess I just wasted that rope then. Damn. It's not it's not exactly like the rope was overly important, but I did not know they could attack it. The more you know. What's our discomfort? Should just be armor. Yeah, we're not wearing the mask yet. So we had that was a paperback book that we read, so we should be stress-free for the immediate moment. We've just got to kill them faster than the stress builds up now. Mask on. Some of these are clustered tightly enough, I'm tempted to go get the shotgun again. Two rounds. I'm taking a few blind shots there. If I get a tight crosshair, it's probably worth it. But there, yeah, no, so now there's a couple behind the tree, or behind that, these two pine trees here, the twin pine mall. My pine, who are you? Four rounds. One round. So now what I'm going to try, I have no idea how well this will work. Hide behind that, bitch. Hiding behind those fucking trees. I got your number. This is a semi-functional elevated shooting position. Where'd that, come on now, come out of there. Oh, wow, look at all that. Right. I underestimated how many would be trying to come in from the middle there. Come on. Don't be shy. Flip on out of there. She doesn't know how to get out. Poor thing. Now this actually might be an opportunity for the sniper. Yeah. Oh, look at that. They all gave up too. Okay, so there's now a young lady with a black backpack inside of that fence. And I'm going to go get the rifle. That would have been a jump scare noise, by the way, because of a ragdoll stuck in the fence. And the best part about the little whatchamacallit, elevated position there. The best part about that is the smell doesn't actually go up there. So I could take the mask off while I'm up there. I don't think I'm going to, but the thought is kind of funny. Actually, no, I am going to. I mean, I'm going to use what the game lets me do. I'm just checking here to see if there were any planks. Because if there are, I'm going to take a couple. It would be nice to have a couple of additional floors. Even if only like one or two. Where did I put the rifle? to put it away in the other vehicle. Didn't put it away in here, did I? No. We haven't purposed that yet. We just pulled it off the Zed. That's a different one. I hate it when I do this. Oh, I left it upstairs. I left it upstairs. Okay. Let me just go grab it real quick. Shouldn't have left it upstairs. It's an investment in my future right there. The sledgehammer belongs to the truck, so I really should hold on to that too. We're just going to put it back where it belongs in the truck. At some point, I will want to bring the rest of that backpack there. That's the carrier for 762. I'll want to bring the rest of that downstairs. I don't have the carrier weight right now. Not at the immediate moment. Soon, TM. Keeping the AC running in the truck is actually, I wish I started doing that sooner. So I should have left the nails somewhere conspicuous. Probably the back of this bad boy, yes, okay. Just so we have those. We don't need too many. Does anybody know exactly what prompts the zombies to attack the escape rope? Is it just if it's a player constructed item and it happens to be in front of them, or do they seem to actually target them? I would be curious to know about that. Ideally, I'll park the truck somewhere that is not going to be in the middle of where I would have to shoot. So we're super overloaded, but a lot of that is weight that we're going to shed when we build some more floor here. Gotcha. That makes sense. Unfortunately, that means it. It's probably intentional, but the laughable thing is that it might even not be. It might be one of those things that the devs were like, "Oh yeah, that would happen. Let's just let it happen." All right, so we got like 100 rounds to shoot with. And as soon as we're up here, the stench disappears. So I think the only ones we won't be able to hit are the ones that are like going straight through the guard tower here. Otherwise, we got a much better crosshair here than we did when we were on the roof. Ooh, is that tree actually blocking us? It is. So this tree, this fucking thing right here, is blocking our ability to shoot most of the Zeds over there. Yeah, we're not getting a red crosshair for any of these fuckers. I guess we're not high enough. Damn, that's a shame. Goes to show the wilderness overgrowth system is one of our biggest enemies, bar none. A player made this, so I took it first. Yeah, no, that's that sounds exactly like how it would go. So what I'm going to do is, what am I going to do? There's a couple different options. Driving around this side real quick to just get in the front door and take a look and see what I can see in there. Yeah, they are. You've heard of Plants vs. Zombies. Now get ready for zombies and plants versus people. Kind of wild to think of the fact that I've cleared a good chunk of this place without ever... So about that one in there. How do you even get in there? Must have been in there to begin with. So there are a number on this side. The moment I go loud, everybody on the fence over here is going to start attacking that fence. Now, of course, there is some maneuvers I could do here. There's all kinds of maneuvers I could do here. I'm going to put away the tactical rifle into my backpack for the moment. And I'm going to try some good old-fashioned noise making here. Don't recommend doing this unless you know what you're doing. And even I am not 100% sure that I know what I'm doing here. Especially because the random tree growth could result in almost walls. I mean, look at that. That's an almost wall right there. Oh, we should also keep in mind that McGrew might spawn here. I have no idea. I have no idea if McGrew could spawn here. But I think it's theoretically possible. I'm not going to keep the siren running indefinitely, because it is possible to get a little too bunched up here. See, what I could do is just take everybody up here, and then just bring them to where we can shoot them from safety. Give them a moment. Yep, we have officially entered the FA. Now we're about to foe. I'm doing the mess around. Now remember, I don't want too many of them on this side, so I'm just bolting out of here now. It's high time that I be able to get through here easily. What do I need to clear? 2 or 3 trees? Axe deployed. Tactical axe. Alright, we can get through now. Easy peasy. Axe back into the glove, please. Yeah, that's right. I got an axe in my glove compartment. Got a sledgehammer, too. Alright, let's observe their movements next. Yep, definitely a few going that way. And let's see what that brings down upon us. If the gate were to crash, we're going to have the truck running and ready to go. Otherwise, I got an M16, and it's hungry. Well, not just an M16. We got a rifle, too. That may get unsustainable. But we're about to find out. That guy just died. Oh, no. Can't shoot over the tent. Should have known. Damn shame. But, I wonder if there is, like, if I made this go up to the 3rd floor, would that actually help me out? A couple of trees, man. If I could just kill a couple of trees here. Or maybe if I could... I mean, what's stopping me from just building a 3rd floor to this? There's not much. I mean, we'd need a few more logs. There are some kids outside right now, like right outside my apartment, and they are screaming like there's no tomorrow. And that is actually throwing off my auditory senses while I'm trying to play a game that very heavily relies on my ability to hear things. Especially from the right, because it's over there to the right that my window is. So now I'm trying to listen for things coming from a certain direction in the right, when randomly I hear... like somebody's killing a cat outside or some shit. This is gonna sound very morbid, but thanks to watching some Midwest safety videos, I actually know what a kid sounds like when they're screaming, and it's not just screwing around. That doesn't leave you. There are a couple of Midwest safety's body cam videos, so law enforcement body cam, and there's some horrific shit that they put on YouTube. I was actually kind of shocked. Like, it takes a lot to shock me, all things considered. But, yeah. I can tell the difference between a screwing around and a genuine scream of, help me! So not, never having to confuse ever again. First time I heard them out there screaming and making a real racket, I was like, what are they doing out there? They're just being kids. I was never quite that loud myself, as far as I can recall. I was the quiet kid. Until you got me talking about Nintendo. Then I wasn't the quiet kid. Then I wouldn't shut the hell up. They're all just slapping the fence up there, outside my range. That's not the worst thing. Midwest safety is fucking wild, man. They did one just the other day. Oh man, there were multiple stabbing when there's just blood everywhere. They didn't catch everything on the. They usually blur it out, obviously, but they didn't catch everything this time. There's blood all over the place. That was pretty. Body cams were a. I think people have a responsibility to understand what law enforcement goes through. Maybe don't subject yourself to that kind of stuff, but at least watch one or two of those videos. Just one or two body cam videos, just to see what law enforcement has to deal with. That might change your perspectives on the world if you've never seen them before. They do really love these fences. Now we can do something about that. I'm going to disengage briefly here and just hide behind these trees. So the vast majority of them will no longer have line of sight of me. You see how this view cone is up here? And now a lot of them are going to stop hitting the fence at some point here. I'm actually just going to let these guys approach. I'll wait to kill them until some of the guys up top have disengaged. Okay, let's see if that was long enough. Oops. I'm going to use the M16 for a few of the closer ones here. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so there's no more any up here. Unfortunately, all the way up here, they're still kind of stuck. Now, we can shape the flow a little bit if we want to. We can go find we can find a good spot to sledgehammer and start letting them come from the top left here over to the bottom right. Like if we just allow them movement from that side to the other side, then they'll have less trouble finding their way here. But if I was going to go do that, I would like to, before doing so, I would like to see if building a third floor to this little thing I've got going on here would actually help. I don't know if enough verticality will actually get you over things like trees. I want to say it would, but I don't know. So the truck is still running. Let's just run it on up this way a little bit. I'm going to try to get far enough that we're outside of line of sight so that they stop attacking the fence and maybe start to mosey in this direction. Let's put the rifle back in my backpack and get out the axe and cut a couple of trees real quick. We should have plenty of nails still. My spare backpacks to fill those logs. Away put your axe, I mean you no harm. Now I'm also going to saw these logs. I should now. Yeah, I'm out of their line of sight completely. They've forgotten about me now. So I can just stop here and saw them and we'll be fine. Just outside of stink zone, preferably. a meta event, and it sounded like it was all in the right speaker. I'd laugh really hard if that ended up in some of them just walking away from where I wanted them. That would be definitely one of the meta events of all time. Now, we don't actually have enough for another set of stairs here. So let me, I'm just going to deliver these planks upstairs. And then we're going to go cut a couple more trees. Let's do the stairs like right here-ish. Just my quietest gun. I don't have a 38 special. If I had a 38 special, this would be the perfect niche for it because it is technically the quietest gun, or whatever that really is worth. Alright, so we got 12 logs up, or 12 planks up there, 13 for the stairs, and then we'll just get a little bit more on top of that. But those gunshots we just did should counteract the meta event, hopefully. I know, right? No, that's, I mean, that, honestly, a year into the apocalypse, I would not be surprised at all if I had a mentality like this. If I got to the point where I'm like, oh, who cares if there's a bunch of zombies up there? I need a better fighting position. Of course, I'd be using, hunting blinds in a tree, most likely. Not that we can do that in this game. Alright, we should be... Yeah, we got about 15 nails. And there should be a little bit more in the trunk, maybe? Or, no, the nails, the leftover nails are in the other vehicle. Really wish I had a way around that didn't require corpse bumpage. I literally couldn't fit all the nails in my pack last time. We've expended a fair bit of ammo since then. Nuke the site from orbit, absolutely. I'm not sure what the zombies are doing right now. I think they're trying... Oh, they're slapping something. And that's why my stress is building up. So we've got 8. Guy with a backpack there. And I still can't see him thanks to the, Now, before I can start using this in earnest, I'm probably going to need to... Let's kill everybody down here that we can see. Regrettably, I think I've actually eliminated my capability of, shooting into this stupid little gap there that the twin pines are blocking. Oh no, there we go. Got him. Okay, so it's an odd shoot, but I can, maybe the stairs actually aren't blocking my shot at all. I can literally shoot through the stairs. Nice. Okay. What are we at for the M16? 4 rounds. Down to 30 rounds of 7.62, so we shot over 100 rounds of that so far. Do I have any loose? I don't have any loose 7.62 left over here. Okay, that's fine. We'll get some more later. Damn it. I hate doing these blind shots behind these stupid vines. Well. I don't... Was that over the... I think that was over the... Hang on. I think we just shot over the tent. Yeah, we're shooting over the tent. Okay. Fantastic. This was worth it. 100%. We'll have to use our creative energy and say that I built a bit of a scaffold or something like that. I know it looks really... It doesn't look very realistic, but yeah. When it comes to the carpentry in this game and what it lets you do, you gotta kind of assume that there's a little more to it than what it's showing you. But unfortunately, we haven't solved the problem of a lot of them getting stuck up there on that damn fence. They could go around. It's not that hard, but they cannot see. I actually have to step away briefly IRL. I think we've done pretty good things today, especially since we're close to running out of 7.62. We've only got 21 shots left. So we're going to go back upstairs, and I'm going to park her upstairs for a minute while I step away. And then when I'm back, we will figure out an overnight task to prep for the tomorrow's operations. No, I think we did great things today. Yeah, sirening some more targets and possibly opening some holes in the fence. I feel like if I... So what I did last time is I parked behind a tent for a second and then just let the siren run in like kind of like the middle area there. I feel like if I do that with a hole added to the fences in the right place, then instead of getting stuck on the fences because they can't see me, they'll go around. At least that's what I hope. That's the ideal. I'm going to go ahead and put the... I'll hold on to the rifle just in case there's anything to shoot from up top. I don't know if there will be, but if there are, fantastic. Oops. Just step into my office and take a seat. All right, I will be right back in just a moment, folks. All right, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Go ahead and take off the armor. No targets at the moment. And that is a beautiful sight to behold for my eyes. See that one guy all the way up there? Gonna have to lose a little bit more space back here if I want to be able to... There we go. I'm going to have M16 magazines go by the same logic as 9mm mags, just directly into the trunk. As much as I enjoy the office bed on the 3rd floor, now that we have cleared enough zombies out of this area, I'm actually going to... I'll get one more sleep... I'll get a sleep upstairs like I... I'm going to go ahead and sleep upstairs for tonight, but then tomorrow, as an overnight task, we're going to go and steal some of those medical beds. They are the smallest beds that give a good quality sleep, and therefore I would like to have a few more than I already have. Should be done building stuff for now. We are coming down the home stretch on food. This is our last bite. Now we have plenty of other food sources to sustain ourselves, but I must now consider that perishable consumption is no longer being... Perishables are no longer being consumed. No, nothing back here is negotiable right now. I mean, maybe I could carry around if... Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, sleeping upstairs tonight. And then overnight we are sneaking in and seeing what we can get any loot. Oh, I didn't even realize that yesterday was the 1-year anniversary. We are now 1 year past, or 1 day past the 1-year anniversary. I don't expect to be getting into heavy combat, but I always feel very vulnerable going into places like this where there's just corpses all over the floor. And whenever there's corpses all over the floor, it feels like they provide camouflage for ones that are not all over the floor, if that makes sense. I have an idea. I would like to continue using that car where it is, but in order to do so, I need to reposition it. What I want to be able to do is slide across the seats. If this even continues being possible in the future, once they nerf our ability to tow things that don't have wheels. If this continues being possible, it will be much more difficult. But for now, what you can do is when a vehicle doesn't have wheels, you can kind of straighten it out next to a wall like this, and then push it into place. I can thank Blast Corps for me learning how to do this. It's a classic rare game for the Nintendo 64. It nudged itself into the correct place, but it's still nudging itself a little bit. Oh shit. I'm gonna make sure that I don't actually accidentally get myself stuck on the other side. See how it's nudging itself a little bit? Let me nudge it back just a tad and then detach. See if that makes it stop. Yes, okay, we can get through. I made some very good use of that back on Annie when we were heading down Louisville's towards Louisville's First and Main. That was a interesting slog. It's still nudging itself. That's not good. Because it's eventually, if we let it continue nudging itself, this option is going to disappear to exit from one. God damn it. That's annoying. I mean, if it nudges itself so far that we can't exit the driver's seat, then maybe we can get in the passenger seat, but I don't want to risk that. Okay, I didn't want to do this. I'm just going to take the sledgehammer with me just in case. That will ensure that if I have to force my way out through another way, then I'll at least have that option. It's going to be a big waste of space in my backpack, but whatever. Yeah, animal trailers, especially the horse trailers. Man, the horse trailers in this game. Yeah, see, there we go. We're done. We can't go any farther. Even if I were to put the, maybe if I put the fire truck there, it will stop it temporarily. I don't know if it's even going to stop it permanently. How dare it experience a different glitch while I'm trying to use it to exploit a different glitch. Only glitch in my favor, damn it. Now, whenever you're not hooked up to it, your ability to actually move it at all is severely diminished. But we're nudging it. We're just basically nudging it in the opposite direction. I'm reminded of this, there's this video on YouTube of a dude, really old dude, who, is able to fit his vehicle into a garage that is clearly not made for it. No idea how he does that all the time. And now it's just going the opposite direction. Fuck this. Oh, fuck this. I'm done. Shift when you're entering a vehicle to go directly to driver's seat. Nice. Good to know. Can I hold shift to make it stop nudging itself? I wish I could. Oh, man. No, I'm done with this. I'm done trying to do this. Man, I wish I hadn't let that escape rope get broken. Because then I could just do... Well, I don't know if I could do... Can you do an escape rope? If you're, if you're, like, super over-encumbered. I can't say I've ever tried. I'm just gonna move it out of the way. It's whatever. I'll move it out of the way in such a way that it's easy to put back if I want to. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Alright, so in my recollection, we definitely should have somebody with a black military backpack in here. Gail Jensen, thank you for your service. And thank you for that backpack. So the large medical beds don't need tools to be moved, nor do they have a chance to break if you lack any skills. And they weigh 15 for each part. So the parts total 30, which means a organized person can fit them into their military backpacks. So I am now carrying 2 hospital beds in one in each hand. Too heavy to pick up anything else. We're out of here. That right back where I found it for tonight. Okay. Probably keep nudging itself forward. I think it'll stop nudging itself if we get far enough away. Triple bushes to the north, right. Probably might have had room for another black backpack, but I'll have to do that tomorrow. I think I am going to go back in there tomorrow, but via a different route. Mask off, armor off. Why, yes, I am deploying a medical bed right next to the interior door, for the sake of convenience. Just drop the heavy shit for tonight at least. I do only have one bed though, so I'm gonna go ahead and, or sorry, only one pillow at the moment, so I'm just gonna go grab. We'll sleep up here and then bring the pillow downstairs so that our future sleeps are downstairs. Bringing my stuff downstairs. No room left. Okay, well, multiple trips, I guess. What? Oh, the can of oats are now rotten. We've done it, boys. 1 day after the 1 year mark, so July 10th, 1994. All cans of oats are now rotten because those were never frozen. So, whatever. We do have plenty in our freezer back at base that were preserved, along with exactly one slice of cheese. She makes a good point. Alright, now I can get a good night's sleep right downstairs. I need to go put away the sledgehammer. That is what is taking up the most space in my backpack right now. And we picked up a bunch of medical supplies most of those will stay here. More useful in here than out there. Better out than in, I always say. Sledgehammer is put away. I might get it back out. Yeah, I might get it back out. We have two options to delete the fences. One of them is to sledgehammer it. The other is to use welding. Welding is a little bit less time, but it does cost propane. And I have to put on the mask, which means chance of getting sick. How is our weight? We're down to 81 kilo. We're in the good zone. So I definitely don't want to be like overeating or anything. Just gonna have some granola bars. Those are a very, very easy meal. I really wish there was some way for us to make rations for ourselves. Something that we can cook. Something that requires high-level cooking. But just, you know, prepackaged MREs that don't go bad without refrigeration. That'd be way overpowered, I know. But if you make it a reward for high-level cooking, I'm here for it. But yeah, I think we're about ready to go ahead and open up one of the fences. Let me create a drivable space here. Just moving 1 or 2 corpses out of the way. This might take a moment, so mask on. I'm just straightening them out for the most part, so that I have at least these 3 tiles here. That'd be nice. Very weak corpse discipline. I know. I usually have better standards than this, but this is the Louisville checkpoint. I'm gonna kill them as I need to, when I need to, where I need to. And we'll spend a few minutes cleaning up afterwards if we must. That's almost 3 tiles. One sick dude. Thank you. That could mean a good thing or bad thing. I'm gonna say good. Alright. Up out of here. Sledgehammer into the hands, and we are cutting through the fence now. So we get 4 sledgings before muscle strain. So I'll kill that and then that. Bell something with bodies. That's a lot of work. There's a lot of work. So I'm only doing 4 sledgings, and then we'll switch to. I should have tools for it. Switch to welding for the last 2 there. Here's my kit. And just 1 corpse here. Is it okay to be completely... I don't care. Yeah, you do you, man. That sounds like you're enjoying yourself. See, whenever I think of people in that state, I think of people who are easily entertained. And, well, I'm pretty easily entertained myself. So, might be good material for that. By switching back and forth between welding and sledging, we can keep going without too much of a stop here. We still have enough torch for a little more. Now this is going to be interesting. We don't have as many barriers, but we do have the sandbags. Unfortunately, sandbags can only be moved with only removed with sledgehammer. Here's my let's backpack that for a moment. Alright, so that's just shy of causing muscle strain damage. Or red muscle strain, rather. We got yellow and a little bit of pain, but that'll go away. We now have a clean route of transport for the most part. At some point in the future, I may remove the parking things because they're in an annoying spot there. Alright, I'm going to melee for the most part. I'm also going to take off the mask because we're actually out of the corpse zone now, for at least for the moment. I'm just going to chill for a quick second here. Just going to chill, let the muscle strain fade away a little bit here. Okay, there we go. In case we get an in over our head, I will position the truck for a getaway. Otherwise, I expect we are in a good spot here. Piecemeal these guys where I can. Oh, not that one specifically, Ranzara, but we are fighting our way in around this side so we don't have to keep going in and out of the little plug hole that we've got the vehicle blocking. We've got a clean route around the side now. So I can get from where I'm at to where the field base is quite easily. Our ultimate goal, long term, is to be able to drive straight through the front of the checkpoint. And we're getting pretty close to that. Well, I mean, you know, the front, not the middle. Like, we could drive straight up to the front now, quite easily. But that was always the case. Just want to get the attention of a few of them. Lots of slobies. No surprises there. So this, we got a desert camo guy over there. He's not the only one. There's a desert camo in the pile over there too. I'm not particularly for or against getting another desert camo. Come on over that sandbag. Don't ask me how I did that. My arm is capable of phasing through fences. Sword's looking good. We haven't actually used it too awful much. Doing a lot more gunnery than swords, but I like to do both here. Oh, look at that. That's Desert Camo Backpack guy. And we also got Ghillie Suit guy up here. He's faster. We'll bring him first. So, you know, zombies with ghillie suits, the ghillie suits are probably like 90% chance to have a hole in them and they can't be repaired. But if it looks like they don't have a hole in them, try to kill them with a blunt weapon. I think killing somebody with a blunt weapon doesn't cause as many holes in the clothing. Obviously, bladed weapons and guns will create holes. I think that guy is stuck there. Yeah, we got him. I don't think I've seen an intact ghillie suit yet. Guy had a machete on him, though. And some beef jerky. Our welding torch does not have too much life left in it. Let me see about a little bit of looting. A little bit of loot see. Into the stink zone, so mask on. We got a generator there, it's but a red. There's actually several opportunities for red generators out here. That was a meta event. Oh, I missed the chance to see where it was peaking. It sounded like both speakers in the surround left, which means bottom of the screen. So that could possibly bring people. I don't see any movement, though. Guess we'll just have to see if there's any movement. Usually surround sound is pretty easy to tell, but sometimes when it's like multiple speakers all at once, it gets a little confusing. I never would have considered that I might want scrubs with holes in the torso. But here are scrubs with holes in the torso. I'm not ruling it out. Here's a medical t-shirt with holes in the torso. I'm not ruling it out. I'm taking them both. Bit of deep lore here. Medical t-shirt is the best for the t-shirt layer if you're looking for lowest possible insulation that you can sew strips on. Medical scrubs are best for the long sleeve shirt layer, if you're looking for that. And one thing you can always do, what I'm wearing currently on my chest is a coat of plates. And that coat of plates is 80 bite 90 scratch. So in order to get 100, which is what I have right now, I just need like one layer on my chest that's actually intact. Everything else can have holes and therefore vent heat, body heat. Seeing as it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit right now in the dead of summer, I am always on the lookout for ways to continuously have protection from clothing, whilst also, same thing here with this military jacket. This would even get us better results than the, what's it called? Even better results than the leather jacket we're currently rocking. I know, right? Here we are. Here's one of the military backpacks that were in black. I did not expect it to be that easy to find the guy. I knew there was a guy somewhere in the piles over here. But then we move up a little bit. This is Scrubs. Same situation. Likely has got holes in the, torso. So these scrubs are all broken, but we can repair them. We have the technology. We just need to selectively repair them. Only repair the arms and anything other than the chest. For some reason, I don't think the back is included in calculations for insulation. Because if you look at your temperature here, you can see, I mean, you just look at the colors. You can just see the colors. We're already pretty successful on that. The only, of course, the head, having to wear the mask, that we're never getting around that. That's always going to be, you're never going to have a mask that blocks a lot of zombie smell from corpses without also having a lot of insulation. But as you can see, for our skin temperature, it's all coming out of the chest, neck, and head, that's very realistic. That is very realistic. And our insulation is kind of similar to where the skin temperature is, although the lower body is extremely well insulated, but it's not generating too much body heat. Looks like the triple... Yeah, they were on the other side. Okay, well... there is no way through for a while. We do have the ability to weld one hole. At least one hole, so... There we go. I do not believe that particular hole is going to be a strategic detriment. back is 80% neck and 20% torso. What does that mean, I wonder? We have a key to the LV Army. I do not know what this opens, but I'm going to hold on to it. It may... I have no idea. I actually have no idea. I mean, obviously you can highlight it, and it should highlight doors that it opens, but I don't see no highlights. Alright, triple bush is somewhere in this pile here. Here we are. Josette Painter. Thank you for your service, and how does your jacket look? No hole in the lower torso. You disappoint me. We killed a lot of zombies here. Okay. Honestly, I don't need to parse every single pile. Actually, what I really should do... get some electrical parts. This is the one silver lining to the crafting menu, requiring us to pull everything out of a container before we use it. We are able to craft using zombies as the crafting item container now. Ooh, there's an umbrella in this pile. That should take care of my electrical parts problem for a minute. That's 37. Probably a month or two's worth of keeping the lights on. Hello there. My first moving one for a while. I remember seeing somebody with a gun here. There he is, twisted corpse there. That is a JS3T Tactical. Lovely gun. Killed a lot of zombies with it earlier. That was the shotgun that I was using, one of the new additions. I think this is, we already have, yeah, we have scrubs in both colors. Shouldn't be necessary for more. Yet another military jacket with 6 holes and none of them in the correct places. A perfect military jacket for me right now would be a hole in the upper torso, lower torso, and neck. Because yes, the military jackets do cover the neck, as do other jackets such as the leather one that I'm wearing right now. The leather one that I'm wearing right now covering the neck is providing me more insulation than I really want. Because the bone choker for my neck is where all the protection is coming from right now. I heard somebody breathing out here. Here's a desert camo. Hello. To the left here. Oh, I see. Stuck inside the crate like the other one. And like when maybe they were trying to pour the concrete for that, and the zombie like climbed into it while they were pouring it. That would suck. Alright, we got our hands on quite a few backpacks and whatnot. I think we can put a moratorium on worrying about backpacks. Now, we are also sad because we have been peeling clothes off of dead bodies all day. Perfectly understandable in my book. A very easy way to counteract sadness, probably a pretty underrated way, is to take a bath. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to bring her home and get her away from the stench, take off some of the whatchamacallit, gear that we have on right now. Our filters just gave out, which is fine. We've got more where that came from. Look at that. We're sick. We're tired. We're not tired, but man, 110 degrees in this fucking truck. I get out of here real fast. I'm gonna leave the armor on the passenger seat here. Look at that. All the noodles are gone now. Except for the hunger. That's what we got some beef jerky for. We picked up on that zombie. Noodles are delete. We do not wash anything that touches our skin with toilet water. However, armor is fine. Oh, here's the janitor closet. Okay. I actually literally forgot that we had one. That's cool. Left some stuff up here. Into the bag they go. Speaking of bags, I'm going to take the military backpacks we've looted, pull them out of the backpacks here so that we can, I'm going to wash them with toilet water because we can't actually put them in the laundry. Anything that I can put in the laundry that I'm not currently trying to wear is fine to hold on to dirty. Sweet. So what I'm going to do now is, for the longest time, I've not had a lot of spare black backpacks. So I'm going to... It's a very small texture mod. They would normally be the olive drab ones if it was not for the... we made a mod here on stream to recolor them to tactical black. I also like to at least change their names. I used to give them, like, alpha phonetics. Like I would have Desert Alpha or D Alpha. I just give them a single letter now, so military backpack D for desert camo, F for forest camo, and B for tactical black. So that's our current totals. Gonna start sorting a little bit what's in the ambulance here. The secondary ambulance has a lot of very disorganized stuff in it. Start with the memorabilia and low priority stuff into this garbage bag here. And just like that, it is twice as organized. And we'll do electrical and crafting. And we picked up some more here. Lots of electronics. FF for field food and cooking. Welding-related stuff goes directly into the trunk because this is supposed to be a welding-related vehicle. It's kind of supposed to be its marker, its calling card. But now it is full. Filters that I have on me are not very well off, but we're getting closer to being able to recharge them. We actually are very close to being able to recharge them. Oh, mostly charged on the driver's seat there. I actually thought I'd used those already. We have a little bit of room in the black van here, so that will get some of the guns that made their way into random places here. This is now another military backpack B. I am waiting, if anybody is curious on my hunger, I'm waiting until I get the second stage moodle, and then I'll eat this other beef jerky I got. As an overnight task, we'll commute back to West Point and get a shipment of perishables up here. We have started to expend the shotgun that was in the shotgun van here. I'm going to go ahead and start packing the loose boxes that were across the seats. I'll pack those into cartons, except that carton fell on the floor underneath the van because for a second my inventory couldn't handle it. It's whatever. You know what? How about the shotgun van gets a backup shotgun? 4.5 and 4.5, that is 9. That's the glove compartment. So these JS3Ts that are damaged can into the glove compartment. And the one that's not damaged, we'll leave that on the driver's seat. It's relevant because this is the shotgun van. I think my vans are far more organized now than they were a few, just 10 minutes ago. So the Black Step van is heretofore the, whatchamacallit, loose ammo and spare weapons for the moment. Since spare weapons are just so heavy, I'm not going to consolidate them in other vehicles. That was why I was struggling for so long in the heavy combat truck here. Heavy combat truck should have active use, and I should only stage a replacement if I'm, like, at immediate risk of needing it. Fatigue kicking in. Any refilling of torches to do? Yes. In fact, we're killing a propane tank now. All full, as they should be. We do not need 2 hatchets in here. There is the Stage 2 Hunger Moodle. We are free to eat harder now. That would be a beef jerky. And if I can find it, I think there's some candy somewhere. Or did I clean this up too much? Yeah, this is all ingredients, so we're not doing that. Finally, the clothing loot that I picked up. This military jacket in green camo is actually probably going to be a really good upgrade for us. Higher protection levels on the arms. Insulation is, you know, standard for what it will be, but it will only be insulating the arms. And there's a hole in the neck, upper and lower. So we will not have any insulation of consequence on the places that vent the most body heat. The only thing we could do better than that military jacket would be an officer jacket. But unfortunately, officer jackets, they're rare, but they're so rare that I don't think I've ever seen a zombie with one. They're not too awful rare once you start looting your, military, checkpoint, footlockers. Which we actually could access those right now, if I wanted to. We could go and hit the footlockers for the, for this checkpoint. They're mostly in that area with all the tents, where we stole the beds from. Who's got room for the bags? That ambulance is full. This truck is pretty much full. And this is like... Yeah, this can fit like 10, which is not even another carton, so that's fine. Fill one of these duffels with nothing but military backpacks. Yeah, there's like 18 encumbrance of military backpacks here. Great, I love it. probably more than I'll need. It's beautiful. This welder's mask belongs to my field kit in here. And you know what else belongs to my field kit? 2 military backpacks. I actually pulled them out so that I could sort through all the ones I picked up. Now that we have plenty of bees, I can do something that I have been wanting to do for a very long time. Tactical black in both hands. It's beautiful. The way it should have been from the very start. But from the very start, we only found 1 tactical black that we put on our back and then, like, 1 other. So we only ever had an odd number. So I just settled for, you know, whatever matched. But now these 2 get to go into my field kit here. Along with we need 1 torch. Oh, we're out of room back here again. Ah, okay then. That is definitely one of the situations of all time. I'm going to shift empty magazines over here to Expedition. Other vehicles have, like, dedicated containers for them, but, yeah, ambulance gets that. Duffel bag of bag. Been a little while since I've had one of those. Alright, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go ahead and sleep. It's a little early, but I'm going to go ahead and sleep, and we're going to commute back to West Point tomorrow. First thing we'll do when we get back there, make some food. And then we're going to think about... We're not quite ready to start transitioning the perishables, but we're moving in that direction. I'm taking a coffee. I'm actually going to take 2 coffees from this van. 2 coffees, 1 to drink as soon as we wake up tomorrow, and then 1 to hang around with. I always like to have one on my person, but we're going to be going to sleep a little early here. Alright, taking a throwaway back to West Point. That's going to require a can of gas. I think I've been siphoning a lot out of the ambulance here. Yeah, that's down to half. Everybody here should have a big gas tank. That they do. Siphon some out of the white one here. Alright, so we've got this Chevalier Niala here. I don't want to use that as a throwaway. I'm just going to run back to the warehouse parking lot. That'll take a minute, but it's worth it. I'm curious if I can dodge all of the body heat I currently have putting out if I take the leather jacket off. Because that is what's currently got my neck insulated. My body insulation, you see how my chest is now basically just almost completely blue? But it doesn't look like that was enough. My upper arms are definitely putting up heat. And there's not a lot I can do about that. That's fine. It is dead summer. We can't expect to get away with body heat gen. What is that? That's over 6. Yeah, that's over 6. We're approaching max body heat gen. We are not going to be able to escape stage 1 unpleasantly hot. Oh, you know what? I should have done this a while ago. Let's bust a hole in the fence just right here. It would be a little bit too annoying to go all the way around. Hard to believe there's corpses up here that are still intact. Should also check the status. So that one's already got some gas. That one does not. It's like 2 liters in there, so that's not much. All I really need is have a little bit in each. We can actually take them right down the road to Ruby Gas and put a teeny bit more in the tank. Oh, there's a key in the ignition already. I love it when that happens. Sometimes you get lucky. Never even bothered trying to see if there was a way through there. But the tall trees made it seem more intimidating than it really was. Isn't too bad. I might also actually get out and kill some Zed here. Well, as soon as I get hungry, I'm gonna not do that anymore. I'm going to put a little bit of gas in it from Ruby Gas, and also, actually, let me just grab some snacks from the gas station. If I get some snacks from the gas station, then we've got plenty of food. We can help clear the road on the way back to West Point, because that is something I do kind of want to do. Parked it the wrong way. Kind of hard to see the gas port, but it's a little scratched up there. Gonna put like a third of the tank in. That works. Never did clear this place, so hostile territory as far as I'm concerned. Huh. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Some of this stuff I might pick up later and take it forward with me. Yeah, for now I just want that. Ooh, milk. That's actually really useful. Speaking of milk, I do actually have a fair bit of milk in the expedition ambulance, but I have so many perishables I really want to actually be eating through those. It's the eternal struggle for this game. If I have perishables, I really should be eating them. Alright, so we got food and we got gas, so we have no ticking clocks over our head for stopping to get out and shoot anybody who's in the road. I'm not going to worry about the people on the other side of the barrier because I don't have to. They can't get in the road. These guys can. So we're getting out and we're going to kill all these guys. Of course, that is going to bring more hate to this street corner. But they're going to make their way over here anyway eventually, so... Joys of it being a throwaway vehicle. Now, don't think too hard about why they can't go over these barriers. I don't know. Rare glitch in my favor. There's enough glitches that are not in my favor, and I'm not going to complain about it. No idea if that will have a positive impact, but tooting the horn might make some of the guys who were about to mosey up to the exit of the concrete barrier there. Maybe they'll turn back around. Oh, today's 7/11, by the way. It is July 11th, 1994. Try week 1. No, thank you. I'm not interested in week 1. Week 1 is, if this game was Half-Life, it would be, if this game was Half-Life, week 1 would be Gary's Mod. It's a completely different thing. Nothing wrong with that, but it's not my cup of tea. I prefer the game that takes itself a little bit more seriously. Nice to see the skeletons have, or most of the corpses there have decayed into skeletons. Yeah, absolutely. Say, when I started seeing some of the pictures of it, I thought it was quite funny. It's a shame that Nox Event Expanded was discontinued. If you're looking for mods that have NPCs in them that actually seem to take themselves seriously, that would have been one that I recommended, but the devs of that one discontinued it. Alright, here we are back at our West Point base. We shall leave this throwaway car along with the other one there. Of course, all the rabbit meat that was in the fridge is now stale. And of course, I also did not bring any of my cookware back with me. That is okay. We are starting to wind down operations here. Ooh. Yes, I like this. I don't know if I even looked at that before, but that might be my new jacket. Yeah, that sounds about right. Lots of things to consider here. I'm not too worried about most of them. I do want these magazines to not be here. Not exactly active use on any of those, but yeah. Doesn't feel right to leave those there. So let's gauge the fridge. Fridge is 22 in the freezer. Fridge is basically negligible. You know, I wish coolers actually did something. I don't think they do. We have plenty more rabbit meat. I'm going to toss this. My stats. Just shy of 12,000. Probably about 2,000 of those have been in the last 2 or 3 streams since we started the Louisville checkpoint. I'm sure they do runs there. That is definitely a likelihood. I think I'm going to subsist on just a freezer here. Moving forward, yeah, we'll take a popsicle freezer. We'll take a we'll source a fridge at our destination. Will we? That might not be the best idea. Let's steal a fridge. Shit, this game makes you say. Let's just go steal a fridge, right? YOLO. That's actually a pretty solid fit for the trunk here. So these step vans here, these are all my ammo carriers, if anybody's not familiar. Cartons upon cartons upon cartons upon cartons upon cartons. Any shotgun in any of these. I think we've done a pretty good... Oh, this one's mixed. This one's got 5.56, 9mm, and this one's probably the second most important on the lot, or the second most important in the fleet. The most important on the lot. So we're going to take State Trooper, and State Trooper is going to tow this one here. Now I would, well, I'm going to close down the perishables here. Problem is I don't have my handbags. Main backpack has got room for the contents of the freezer, but that's about it. We're going to hand carry it. We're going to hand carry it. It's fine. I had been meaning to fill up State Trooper. Let us fill up State Trooper here. Oh, man. I hope you are able to get a good PC someday. I hope that the PC parts market stops being absolute garbage. Because right now, trying to build a PC, or I mean, buy a PC, anything, it's just terrible right now. Yeah, the world has really pulled the ladder up behind us. If it was a generational thing, you know, if it was like the boomers in the housing market, I would take full responsibility. But alas, my contributions to the market have been nothing other than a willful retail purchaser. I've paid money for things, and that was before they got expensive. I suppose you could say that I contributed to making things more valued, perhaps? I don't know. I do slightly regret buying my second 4090 at $2,000. That was the biggest major markup that I've ever paid. Don't get me started on my 4090s, though. Man, I love the things. They're some of the best cards I've ever owned. Yeah, this should be no problem. Only thing I'm considering now is the breakdown of the freezers. Well, it should be no problem, but maybe State Trooper can't handle this. I mean, I feel like it can, but it's kind of feeling like it can't. I'm going to try the tire trick, assuming I should be able to find a tire iron somewhere here. If you look in the description, at the bottom, where it says rig, there's a link to PC part picker that shows the prices that I paid at the time. So it shows the parts that I'm using. Where is it? 7950X3D and the two 4090s. And you can see the price difference between the two 4090s that I paid. The first one was like 2023, and I think the second one was 24. The fuck are they running from? Shit, the turkeys are running. That means there's a Zed back there. You fucking get out of my turkey farm, bitch. Animals are a great early warning system. Now I gotta make sure they stop. Okay, assholes, the zombies are gone, right? Yes. Okay, you're good.
Hey!
See, my birds like me. They come when I shout. Ranzera has got the based response there. That is the correct response to price gouging, is to not fall for it. Very correct response. Unfortunately, I am... Yeah. Unfortunately, I am the kind of person who can't say no sometimes. Not something I'm particularly proud of. How old am I? I started building computers when I was... now, of course, my brother helped me a lot. My brother is about a decade older than me. I started building... He started helping me build my first computer when I was 2012 or 13. I can't remember exactly. It was a very, very long time ago. That was back when NVIDIA made motherboards. If you would believe that, NVIDIA did used to make motherboards. Okay, I think we should be able to carry these. No, not quite. Dropping the M16. Trying again. And yes, I can carry that. And if I put the M16 back on my back, I've got 42. That should be enough to pick up that garbage bag of perishables left over from the freezer. We can now shut down operations here at West Point. We're very, very, very tight on space. But, yeah, we got it. Now, of course, we'll still come back to West Point a couple times to pick up more stuff, but we are now done with worrying about perishables here. Of course, that means we're going to be worrying about perishables up there, and I'm going to maliciously exploit the fact that we can limit break our inventory by picking up the popsicle freezer. I'm currently 87. I'm currently 87 in my inventory out of 20. Although, if this doesn't work, that's not going to work. Okay, so here's the deal. Disregard everything I said about taking the white step van. It is far less important right now. We're gonna take Spiffo, or no, we're gonna take LBMW. I keep forgetting that LBMW is actually slightly better than Spiffo, slightly. But I do need what I put into State Trooper. I need that a lot more than what I've put into the ammo vans. This will be no problem at all. Race cars can handle just about anything. In fact, race cars can handle things a little too well. I need to be very careful on these curves. Perhaps when we get to our destination, we can do some maneuvers to get State Trooper a little bit more towing force. Maybe the tires need an updo, or maybe it needs to be towing a better van. In any case, we'll figure something out if we can. If we can't, then so be it. Yeah. I really do want to say that PC parts are not going to be expensive forever. One of the slight problems, though, is, of course, the people who produce the most important parts of PCs, where everything is currently bottlenecked. Samsung, Micron, SK Hynix, the TSMC. God, fucking TSMC, man. The Republic of China is really making out like bandits. Imagine an entire nation and its entire legacy being saved only by a single corporation that makes some computer chips. And they just happen to make better chips than anyone else on the planet. And no matter what everybody else on the planet tries, they just can't seem to compete with TSMC. It's the decline of the American worker is, or the decline of the American specialist is definitely contributing to that. You look around in today's day and age, and you see there's plenty of specialists out there. Don't get me wrong, but there used to be more in certain industries. There's been a massive brain drain in American hardware. I mean, like, for example, Texas Instruments. They don't even make the cut. I don't even think about Texas Instruments when I think about computer parts, because they just can't. They can't do that really tiny scale stuff the way the Taiwanese can, or the way even I don't even think they can compete with the Koreans. Korea and Taiwan are truly setting the world straight when it comes to microelectronics. And the funniest thing is, most of their orders for their production facilities are being put in by United States corporations. It's a rather sad thing for anybody who ever thinks that we've outsourced all of our manufacturing. It's not just manufacturing, it's everything. We have outsourced our everything. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't collide with that. I didn't know that the rail switch was something you could drive straight through. I was about to find out if it wasn't. Alright, here we are at our forward position. So, when we left West Point, we took all of our perishables, and we took a freezer, but we did not take a generator because we didn't need one. There's two up here. There's no need to be... I don't need to put it outside. You can put it inside, it's fine. Wish I had a better spot for it. So these garbage bags that are in my hands are pre-measured to be an exact fit for one side of this freezer. The other side is going to receive the former contents of the main bases, or the West Point bases freezer. So it's not a full fit. But it is, it holds stuff, and that's good. Let me check the load of this generator. We're at, the 2 popsicle freezers and 5 lights, that's it. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Now, we don't have a fridge yet, and that's also kind of okay. I mean, fridges, to be entirely honest, you can live without a fridge. If you just have a freezer and you're actually diligent about thawing things, yeah, I don't think I have the brain power to do that. That requires some tactical planning that I'm not very good at. I'm the kind of guy who can do long-term plans and, like, immediate reactions. But you get me to, like, that 1 week ahead of my current moment, that's when things start getting really fuzzy for me. I can't explain that, really. It's just kind of how I work right now. I hope I get better at that someday. Why is there 38 special box and 38 special round in here? That needs to be in the... Literally have a step van specifically for loose ammo. Okay. Yeah, that's something, if I could have spared the room for it coming out of West Point, I probably would have taken it. I've stockpiled some leather from zombies there. And we could probably load up on that. What do we got? Got a billion corpses up here. I just gotta peel some leather jackets off of corpses. What are we at? 15:30? We've still got a little daylight to work with. I feel like I should take another shot at the hordes in the center. So we'll deal with some leather jacket peeling offage later. I don't need too awful many, but I do need some sewing materials to go with it, so not an immediately relevant task. Also known as a distraction. No reason not to park on top of the welding materials here. We'll do something with them at some point. They've been filtered so that only the relevant stuff is there. Get this lady's corpse out of the way. She is a mistake that has been annoying me for a while. We're going to do a little bit of what I like to call some hunter sniper here. We're going to do some the M16 for the hunting and the MSR-7T for sniping. I used to do this with bolt actions on Nora. I haven't tried it yet on Dani here, but I have a feeling we're going to do perfectly fine now that we're aiming level 7. Alright, gearing up. I'm just going to put the bandana on my face for the moment. I'll have the respirator in my backpack in case things get nasty. Yeah, freight and logistics, yep. No, that is it's a very appropriate title. Very appropriate. And as always, park for a quick getaway. So we are currently, we're pretty heavy right now. It's a pretty heavy dock. And we'll be able to not be quite as heavy once we drop the MSR-7T, we're at stage 1 encumbrance. So that's our strategy basically, is we shoot with the MSR-7T until the enemies start getting too close for an 8-time scope. And then we drop it and switch to the M16, and then go back to the rifle when it's relevant. Now my ultimate goal here is a clean road to drive on, so I need to pick and choose where I'm worried about not leaving corpses behind. For now, I would prefer to have the drivable side be on the right. Kind of, I don't know, I'm not going to be... There's only so much we can do. It's a military checkpoint. There's going to be zombies everywhere. If you start worrying about where you kill them, then you're going to have some troubles. Glad to see that it's nowhere near as saturated as I feared. We have a lot of work to do, though. We are outside of earshot of many, many more than what we're currently dealing with. I would like these slow shamblers to now show themselves. It's going to take a minute for them to... We've also got plenty of people up here like this one, probably slapping their faces against something. Back up just a little further. I'm probably out of the stink zone here. And there's going to be far less incoming from the right than there is going to be from the top of the screen here. That was a Fed, probably. I'm less concerned about them these days, but badge and a gun, some deep lore. That's outside of our effective range there. It's another Fed. You can tell by the suit. Well, I would give that about a 60% chance of being a Fed right there. We're still getting jams. Have we even... Okay, we have finally taken a little bit of damage on this. It's 90% still, but it has taken a teeny bit of damage. I still hate the jamming mechanic that they've added back. It's way too frequent. It's a rat in the middle of the road there. See how if I aim anywhere in this area, the crosshair turns red because I'm aiming at the fucking rat? Welcome to Project Zomboid. So we did pick up a key to the army, but I think I dropped it somewhere. Did I get it on the keyring? Nah. If we, it may have been a key to this. That would be a negative. We don't have it on us. Now, those two shots, as you can see, that has summoned another group. So we're falling back now. I'm falling back tremendously. I'm falling back bigly right now. Like, we're going to be falling back so hard, you're going to be like, stop, I don't want to fall back anymore. And I'm going to be like, too bad. Because some of the ones we just saw are going to have the attention span to continue moseying in our direction. And I would like to hit them in a nice, steady trickle, as opposed to a massive wall of flesh. I might not have the choice, but we'll see. The most optimal way to deal with them is going to be on the left side of the road here. Now, the problem of corpses in the road is a self-correcting problem over time. And to be entirely honest, this might not be the way that I go into Louisville. I might do something bold and actually take the train tracks. Well, we're just waiting for some of them to show up. Just to enable my my truck to get through. So as you can see, there's a huge congregation in that corner right there. And now that they have managed to go around, that congregation in that corner there might get thick enough that they could start busting into the fence. If I move up just a little bit, there we go, I'm out of the stink. Ammo check, we're at... Oh, wow, 76, so we've definitely blown a few rounds. It's alright. I do not plan on shooting my 7.62 from any other platform. 7.62 is reserved exclusively for long-range shooting. So we've got a little shooting gallery up here now. I kind of do dig it. But we've got to be very careful as we move up here. Honestly, if they want a conga line on in like that, be my guest. Please. You're making it nice and easy for me. I love the MSR-7T right now. Shooting from an elevated position would have been more fun, but I mean, just ad hoc on the ground is functioning just as well. Shots. So here's something I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to line of sight myself and see how many of those homies up there that are slapping the fence in this corner here. See how many of them decide to start coming around now that I've line of sighted myself. Now, well, okay, so some of them have stopped. But now what I want to do is give them some noise. Look at that. Okay, look at that. That's what I want to see. Okay, we're going to have to fall back to the M16 at some point here. And I'm going to have to abandon the concept of corpse discipline. Yeah. So we've got 23 shots. And the moment I feel a reload cease, we switch to M16. Okay, I'm actually just gonna go for it. M16 time. Mask on. Should be it, right? Yes, I know you're there. Curious to see if we can try that trick again with getting him to come around. Now you see me, now you don't. So we got 4 M16 mags. Look at that. They all stopped attacking that fence in that one spot. Now they're split up a little bit. Now I feel a lot less like they're about to break through the fence. Fantastic. Current M16 is 18 rounds. This is where a shotgun would have been pretty nice. $14. It's a double hit. 8. Should have 2 reloads left. Double checking. Hands are shaking a little bit. We're good. We're good. Yeah, 2 reloads left. $29. Boys, I think we've got the first wave of the camps cleared. So the border camp is up there beyond the threshold, and the first wave from it is definitely clear. Yep, no walking targets here. Beautiful. That is B-E-A beautiful. It's a lot smoother than I expected, and I'm here for it. Now we need to keep a close eye on incoming. I don't even know where some of those knocks are coming from. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay. Ooh, okay, here we go. That's a lot of Zed. That's what that is, though, is that's a big shotgun opportunity. I'm falling back a little bit. I would like to have the shotgun for that. So we have no full magazines left of the M16. Let's fix that. It's my last garbage bag for real. Wow. Switching to shotgun. Switching to shotgun entails dropping the backpack temporarily so it goes in the correct place in my slots there. Magnum from the backpack into the regular backpack here. And now JS32 Tactical on the back. And MSR7T is put away into the trunk because we are done with it for now. Until I want to, tomorrow morning. Yeah, tomorrow morning will be better. Actually, since it's going to be night, let's get ahead of it now and do a red dot on the M16 for the night. About 100 shots of shotgun here. Mask goes back on. That was a fucking rat. Alright, before we shotgun, I want to clean up the ones that made their way in with the M16 first. Alright, so now shotgun directly into hands. Oh, I've missed the shotgun. Mirth, but I'm here for it. way too far out of effective range. Three shots in the M16. I need to reload that. Alright, I have a plan here. We're out of their line of sight. See, all of them stopped? They all stopped. I just got to give them a moment. Okay. Oh, we got so many of them to stop slapping the fence back there. It's great. We might be getting low on shotgun here. Yeah, we've got about a dozen shots left, so as soon as we're out of shotgun, we're out of here. I mean, maybe. We might be able to finish off whoever's left with the M16. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. We have a decisive victory here at this particular junction. Lots and lots of assholes down there still stuck on their little chunk of the fence, but I am not going to let them sour the parade. We have done very well here. Where's my current magazine at? It is half capacity. Okay, that's a little... Putting the shotgun into the backpack. The backpack's down to 8 encumbrance without it. That is, that's how you know we've had a good time. I say, fuck up out of here. Switching the M16 to a red dot has felt pretty good. Once it's on a red dot, I feel like I can use the angle-headed flashlight as a viewfinder for the range at night. That's something I used to do with rifles back in the day, but then I started to appreciate rifles for daytime long range. I'm going to go ahead and peel the armor off that we're wearing. And everything? Yes. Very clean. for food, let me take some of these cooked eggs out of the freezer. After I sleep, they should thaw. See, what would be amazing right now would be a mini fridge, because a mini fridge fills that niche of something that's easy to move around. Doesn't have a lot of storage space, but the fridge part about it is just big enough for meals that you cook. Everything else can stay in a deep freezer here. Regrettably, mini fridges cost the same amount of electricity as a regular fridge. Don't have one in the break room here. Negative. I don't know where they get the food for this place from. There's no cafeteria. Some sinks with pressure here, so going to give myself a wash up. Let's pop a box of 556 over here. And top up the current magazine. I expended about 6 M16 magazines. It's not bad at all. Of course, on top of that, that was about 100 rounds of 7.62. Well worth every shot. I'm going to swap the scope on the on the M16 back to a 4x. And the remaining time tonight will be spent opening this entire carton of 7.62. Straight into the backpack with that. In a perfect world, we'll have good weather tomorrow and I won't need my, what's it called? I won't need my shotgun. But we do not live in a perfect world. And real quick, I'll open this carton of shoddy. Shotgun itself reloaded. The bandolier is reloaded. Let's put back 6 boxes. And then keep the rest in just out of the box in shell form. We got the room for that, and it's easier to transfer when I do it that way. Otherwise, we're looking good. Very heavily loaded, but it's all with ammo that is definitely, I'm eager to get put down range. I'm gonna put like half of these cooked eggs away. Hard-boiled eggs should be fine for now until we start losing more weight. We are a chunky girl at the moment, so weight is not the biggest concern. Coffee beverage just in case for tomorrow night. Or, well, after I sleep. Not tired enough to sleep my ass. I hate this. I hate this so much. If I go now, we're fucked. We're gonna get tired way too early. So, alright, I don't like doing this, drinking coffee blind, but I'm doing it. I'm gonna remake some coffee. We should have enough spare mugs to convert a bullet of coffee into... Do we need one more? Possibly. State Trooper might have one more. State Trooper does not have one more. Oh, he'd be you for a mug. Oh well, that's all right. Six coffee mugs would have been perfect because then I could delete this bullet of coffee. I will leave this last bullet of coffee in here. We're probably likely to use it tonight, so we'll see. We've got a lot of killing to do. I know, right? That'd be pretty neat. Okay, we are fit to deploy. I'm gonna have some hard-boiled egg before we get started. And we're armoring up. Starting with just the bandana, see how long we can last with that. I'm going to move this battery-powered floodlight up a little bit. There's other floodlights up there, but this one's already converted, so let's just use that. At one point, I had enough spare room in the fire truck to carry around the battery-powered floodlight at any time, but that is no longer the case. The only corpse that I cannot get around right there is the fucking rat. Alright, starting loud with the M16. Once we get some range cleared with the M16, we can switch to the MSR-7T. For now, we've got lovely medium range shooting. I see a path through, but then there's... I should probably stop. I should stop worrying about drivable paths. That ship has sailed. Let's go hunting, boys. Hello. Ah. Forced me to pull my sidearm, huh? Zeds be advised. Zeds be advised. Conversion to crawler is not authorized. I repeat, conversion to crawler has not been authorized. Someday this road will be clean. I'm not going to be using it well at the Corpsey. Okay, now we switch to MSR-7T. And I try to move up past the corpse stench ASAP. And if I can't, then we fall back into the checkpoint. Slow coming from bottom right. Another couple coming from the bottom there. Sickness is here. Respirator is on. Didn't last quite as long as I'd hoped. Whatever. Yep. Oh no, we're absolutely going to. Red beans. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. No, that's elevated happiness. That's absolute boredom reduction right there. See if I get a better angle on the fence slappers here. Much better. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we are through. Of course, there's still plenty of zombies. And I mean plenty. What's our ammo looking like? 157 of 762. Gonna swap off the mask for a moment. So beyond the tree lines, of course, plenty of hiding spots for them. In fact, so these, the trunks of the vehicles here, do seem to have an elevated chance of being a survivalist-related one. But don't get too excited. I don't recall ever finding, like, explosives in any of them. So when I say survivalists, what I really mean are, like, you know, rotten jars of food and shit like that. So things that would have potentially been useful to me 8 months ago, perhaps. Fucking jars, man. At one point, I actually made a temporary sleeping spot in the burger shack right there. Can't even say that I wouldn't do that again. It all depends on how difficult it is to get through the checkpoint with vehicles right now. My plan of using the railroad track may be a useful thing for avoiding the corpses. Long term, I do want to be using this highway, especially now that respawns are not a consideration. If respawns were a consideration, this highway would almost never be a long-term solution. We would clear it long enough to get in, and then we would never be using it again. You don't scare me. I'm scared, but you don't scare me. Always feel the fear. Hello there. I congratulate you on almost getting the drop on me. I really do love this combo. MSR 7T for the long range, M16 for the medium range, and 357 for the short range. It really does feel balanced. Assuming you got enough ammo for everything, which sometimes might be a bold assumption. Where are we at? 86 for the 762. I'm gonna be at 86 for long at that rate. I should wait for them to enter my effective range here. Am I intentionally eating 2 eggs so that I can let a few of them get into M16 range, maybe? Gripping my mouse too tight. I don't need to be so pressured. It's a lot of zombies, but it's they're coming at me in a manageable grouping here. We have not even triggered combat music. Try and move up past the corpse pile. And now we can fall back a little bit. We moved up, we got a few shots out. Now they're all coming to the correct location. So we just fall back a little bit behind the corpse line. And maybe we won't get sick without the mask for a bit. Yeah, look at that. Here we go. Ammo check on 762. We're at 63 shots. Still got 5 full mags for the M16. We have a little bit of flank coming in here. Slowbee probably stuck in the woods. We don't blame her. You always get that one drunk chick at the river party who just starts wandering, and you have to keep bringing her back. No, don't wander over to the neighbor's plot. You have no idea what his criminal record is. These river plots are not very big. It's kind of mind-blowing that I couldn't go to one of those parties today and actually enjoy myself because there's been a massive sewage dump into the Potomac River. I missed that. That was a lot of fun. It sucks that everybody has to grow up and actually move on with their lives. M16 time, baby. Y'all made me trigger combat music. You've activated my trap card. 16 status check. Oh, reload. Perfect timing. Hello. Okay. I should have, I started to tunnel vision for a second there. Don't tunnel vision, folks. Don't tunnel vision. It's not good for your health. Okay, so where were these fuckers hiding? Where were those fuckers hiding? And they might have been stuck on the fence, to be honest. It took a little while for them to get unstuck from the fence. I think the ones that were coming out of the forest there have been dealt with. But let's... Yeah, we're okay. And that is it for... No, it's not. I tapped R and she didn't reload, and it's because of the jam. I really wish if there was a jam, tapping R would give you some kind of feedback. Like, just, instead of just not reloading. Hey, make the character make some noise or something. Just be like, what? Huh? What? Because if you try to reload when it's jammed, then yeah, you're gonna might not know what's going on. Until you clear the chamber. Well, that's just a failure to ensure that the area is cleared. I think what was going on back there was the, okay, now we're out of 762. Okay. It was fun. I enjoyed it, but we have expended an entire carton of 762. I mean, it's only noon. Let's go get another one. What's stopping me? Let's get another carton of 762. I should have been forward-thinking enough to grab another one from the truck, but, we'll just need to take a break and do that ourselves. It looks pretty tight, too. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of a big deal. You gotta be styling on your opponents. You can't just beat them. Now, this was a fail. Leaving the fucking truck running. And I didn't even turn the AC on. I can't even make the excuse. You know what? I need to escape the stink. I'm just gonna... There we go. We're actually outside the range of the stink right here. That's good enough for the immediate moment. Beautiful. Another 240 rounds. I'll bring the truck up with me this time. You know what? There is an answer to this. I'm slowing my cruise control down to 5 miles an hour. I have this theory that if we're only going 5 miles an hour over a corpse, I don't actually think it causes any chance of bad things. Yeah, notice the lack of sound? I think this is the correct thing to do. I don't know what's going on with her. She just really hated that door. Can you open this door, please? Open the door. Now. Yes, 10 does count as indoors, but we're not going to be getting very far from the heat. Remember, there's no air conditioning in this game, so it's only like 10 degrees cooler. The heat is actually not that bad. I mean, we haven't had unpleasantly hot aside from when we walked around too much. When I'm driving this slow, I kind of, and I'm just rolling over corpses, I kind of feel like a tractor. Combine harvester. Alright, we actually have a bit of a path for the moment. I get the feeling that a laser sight, I mean, look at that. It looks a little out of place on this thing. I get the feeling that this might be one of those weapons that has the ability to have a laser sight on it removed. It's regrettable that the devs are doing that, going through and removing laser sights. We got duct tape. Why can't we just put it on there? Yeah, I know. I would love to play Extinction with literally any of the settings that are in Extinction, except for sprinters. I would be interested in. Zombies that open doors sound like a very interesting challenge. Now, I do want. Now, this is just a just a strong pet peeve. It's not like a hard moral stance like I take on sprinters, but I do believe that we should have a fully functioning key-making system in this game if you're going to have zombies. God damn it. If you're going to have zombies that can open doors. That one zombie ate like 4 shots. Pathetic. And there's the sickness, switching to the mask. So we'll wait until the corpses are unavoidable. Then we'll switch to 5 mile an hour cruise. I love that. I love that. Even at 5 miles an hour, I can still nail somebody with the handgun. get a little further up, we can escape the stink entirely. That would be great. Now we do have a bit of backfill. I see Backfill McGee down there. Yeah, I switched seats with what on? With cruise control. That's dangerous. I feel like I should try that on a different vehicle. I've been jonesing for a new screenshot, and that catches most of her loadout there if we look at that angle. If I could just get a little torso, a little bit of the torso to the side here, then we could get the sword. It's really hard to see the sword from this angle, but that's not bad. That's a pretty good screenshot. Remove key from ignition. Well, I'm not going to test it with this vehicle, but if I happen to see a preserved vehicle down here, sure, absolutely. This one does seem to have gas in it. Do we have a battery? Yeah, this is a preserved vehicle. YOLO, let's give it a shot. Alright, setting cruise for 5. Yeah, of course. It cancels the cruise. Oh shit! Oh shit! Holy fuck, I thought... Okay, I underestimated the cleared status of the area. That's okay. Lessons learned. We're M16ing for a moment. Is it just me, or did very few of those zombies that were incoming, very few of them make noise? I feel like I didn't hear very much noise from them. Maybe I was just tunnel visioning. No, don't worry about the truck. I'm right here. Come on, buddy. Let's focus. I need you to focus. Making me switch weapons. Fuck that. I went through the effort of putting this gun in my hand. You're not going to make me take it out. I don't know if that's going to be sufficient to clear my flanks, but if I can, that would be amazing. I'm going to have my head on a swivel for a minute. Would you ever play Asteroids? If you zoom out far enough in this game, it does start to feel a little bit like Asteroids. It's just that it's Asteroids with a couple hundred hours of work on the line if you lose. So that's a little different from your standard Asteroids game. We have down to 70% integrity on the rifle here. There's some rain that is going to affect our long-distance shooting slightly. Let's pay close attention to our crosshair contractions. Ammo check, we're looking good. Okay. I'm feeling good about that. Just going to move up a little bit. We'll fall back if there's too much backfill between. I'm also going to turn on the radio. It's going to be a minute before the turn of the hour comes through and gives us the broadcast, but since it's only light rain, we should hopefully still receive it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to switch to melee for a minute. MSR-17 to the backpack. Honestly, if I put the M16 into my backpack, I believe I can afford to... Yeah, we are no longer encumbered at all. So we got maximum mobility for a minute. Put all that running skill to use. Playing hide and seek with this bitch. Come on. Out of there. Hold one while you have one gun in hand when you want to... What are you talking about? Hold one when you have... Okay, so... Oh... Wait a minute, hold on. I can see... Yeah, you know what? I might use that on occasion. Now, there was a mod... Oh, hang on. We should have radio now. Weather predicted to start in the afternoon. Showers and or heavy rain. But I didn't get an ending. I'll bend from the southeast. Weather continues throughout the day, expecting showers and or heavy rain. So we got rain for the next day. Sounds like some logistics, boys. It looks like we're about ready to open up the railroad track. I think I will continue up to the end of this road. We'll get Jackie out of LBMW later on. If anybody has never been here before, or if you've been here and not noticed, Jackie J, the hero of Project Zomboid, is inside of this trailer up here. That is not Frank, I don't think. I know Frank is somewhere nearby, but I don't know if he comes... He does not... Frank doesn't come out of the... He does not come out of the trailer. Frank dies before Jackie, and he turns. Project Zomboid does have a storyline, by the way. If anybody didn't know. This game does actually have a pretty cool storyline. I kind of like it. Why not? What do you mean she may not spawn? I have never had her not spawn. That's heresy. It's blasphemy. You might be correct. Well, at the very least, we are done using the MSR-7T long range. And I'm just going to preemptively swap the M16 to a red dot sight. As fate would have it, I have enough loose 556 that I could probably top this magazine up most of the way. Well, that's... Yeah, I guess you're probably right. Let me get a visual for Frank. I'm gonna pause the game for just a moment, and we're gonna pull up the wiki. Frank Hemingway was the name? I forget. I know what Jackie J looks like. She is very iconic. She is April O'Neil by other means. Frank Hemingway, yes. Well, Frank Hemingway doesn't get his own article. Oh, there he is. There he is. They just didn't link it right. Okay. Yeah, the brown jacket, that could be anybody. But, I mean, okay, so it's a brown jacket. It's not a hooded jacket. This guy that we were looking at had a hood. So that is definitely not Frank. Frank has got a brown comb over and black glasses. And he passes on the 14th in the evening. Yes. I don't think McGrew gets a, well, I mean, he gets a visual, but I don't think we've seen him as a zombie. That's Alice right there. So he would be, I suppose if he would be a zombie, we'd be looking for somebody with a handlebar stash, and it has to be forced camo. Because remember, the desert camo does not exist in Alice Kit. So the fact that, I'm also assuming he matches, he's probably forest camo. So yeah, that's not happening. It's not. Let's get a few samples in here. See, with the rain, we can actually use the flashlight as a viewfinder still, almost as if it was night. I swear there was another one in here, hiding behind that fucking tree. There she is. I told you. Every time. Maybe I'm just getting lucky every time. So this Jackie is a slow shambler. Yeah, I'm going to detain her. But it's going to be difficult. We don't have a place prepped. Last time I had a place prepped. And it's even harder than before to detain zombies. Because they now crawl under vehicles. I could just detain her in the radio trailer right there. That's probably the smartest thing to do if I can get enough vehicles for it. And that is not Frank. That's just some guy. Well, see, the most important thing is if I want to say that I've detained Jackie, all I've got to do is convert Nora's save, since Nora's save should now be able to convert. So I can simultaneously say that I have her detained and that I've made a grave for her. She's trying to group up with other Zeds, and I'd rather that doesn't happen. Not that that's going to stop me from killing any of the Zeds nearby. Oh, now she's about face. What are they doing? What are these Zeds doing? They're trying to group up, right? These ones are. Maybe Jackie noticed me. Senpai. Senpai noticed me. I don't really understand their movements right now. They're just going all over the place. I mean, I get it, I recently discharged, but I mean... That may be Frank inside. Frank inside. No, I'll put her out of her misery. On this character, we will give her a nice grave. Question is where? Truck is on, yeah. I mean, seriously, would it really pull them from that far away, though? I wouldn't. That's a little sus. It's the movements up here that I don't understand. Look at them. Look at these guys. I don't know what they're fucking doing. They're just moseying. There's some serious mosey going on up there. Like, we're talking like that's a Kentucky three-step going on up there. The zombies are fucking square dancing. Louisville zombies fucking lit. This is actually an opportunity to trigger combat music again. That fixes the music. Oh, we're very close to Longplay 9. I didn't realize. Beautiful. I mean, the truck has got a performance muffler. Muffler's only at 91% integrity. Loudness multiplier is 0.89. So it's only 89% as loud as a standard, Jackie hasn't noticed me, but the other zombie up there did. Do I have nails? That's the question I have right now. If I don't have nails, then I can't build much. I do not have nails, and that's fine. All I need to bury a person is a E-tool here. I'm going to turn the LBMW radio trailer into the mausoleum. Yeah, that's going to work. Okay. So here's how we'll go about this. Doing a perimeter check first. Oh, hello, Jackie. She seems to have noticed me. Alright, I shall give her the dignified of death. Alright, here we go. Jackie, goodbye. You served humanity well. Of course, do not pay too close attention to the whatchamacallit, to the credit card there. Alright, so let us get whoever this is out of the way. Yeah, we got a level 10 in what matters. We're very close to level 9 in Longblade. Aiming and Longblade are, of course, the most important skills. We're going to need the axe to finish what we started here. Jackie J. I'll link it in the chat if anybody's interested. This is from the Project Zomboid lore. Nolan, no. Sort of. She's a reporter. It's, think of April O'Neil, but in the Project Zomboid universe, and she broke the most important story to humanity. Oops, oh, this way. Oops. There we go. Alright, we do not have any nails, so a gravestone will have to wait. Do not be fooled by the rain seeming to clear. It will not clear. It's going to be a minute before it does. Oh, where is she? We just buried her. That's, yeah. This is the, yeah, this is the refugee area on the other side of, let me hit M real quick. We are currently just past the Louisville checkpoint at the intersection of 31 West and Lower River. It's my gravestone button. Somewhere up here. Works for me. Alright, gonna break in real quick and see if there are any... Nah, we're clearing here. Is it? Yeah, we got one out here. What's up, Cletus? Where? I'm gonna have a bit of dinner here. See if there's any, I don't think there's a place to sleep in there. Double check. Sleeping bag. Not the best quality of sleep. I think I've got better. I always carry around better. This is my combat truck. Now, better is a bit of a strong word. This is a cot. We'll get average quality sleep. Oh, it's a high quality sleeping bag. But it still won't get you a very good sleep unless you put it in a tent, which we do not currently have in this room. Even a tent with a high quality sleeping bag is only going to net you average. We don't have any more. We have one more nail, don't we? Yes. Good enough for one night. I am still heavily armed with a shovel. Hang on. I need my machete in hand if I'm going to be sleeping. I always have my machete in hand when sleeping. Do I sleep in my... I'm not going to take my heavy armor off. Let's just take those two off. And the gloves. That's good enough for one night. See, my minimum standards are mostly met. It feels like they've nerfed barricades, wooden barricades a little bit. So in a perfect world, I would have double barricaded those, but it's all right. We did a pretty solid perimeter check around the area. Yes, it is. Yeah, actually, it is. It doesn't feel like a. It doesn't feel like a weapon. So, yeah, I don't think it is. Like it is, but it isn't. Yeah, that's a nice little note. 3D placement has been one of the best things to ever be added to this game. Oops, microphone. Probably one of hers. I assume she has several. Definitely killed our fair share on this run. Where are we at? We're about 8 hours, 21 minutes in. I am now shifting gears to work on our logistics route. I'm going to try the train tracks. I get the feeling that that might give us a very clean direct entry to Louisville. We drive really slow over the corpses. I believe if you're going slow enough, you don't risk damaging your vehicle. But I don't know that for sure. Total kill count is now 12,701. So we killed a cool 700 zombies between the other night and today. Alright, a little early for second bedtime, but I'm going for it. We did not get a very good night's sleep on the first bedtime. Second might be alright. Oh, I left the frickin' armor on. That's not good. I'm gonna give her something to read, because she probably would have gotten a little bit of stress from that. Yeah, I do like the siren lights at night. They give you AoE light around you, so you can see even in the dark. Alright, so the rail yard here. Meaning it's mostly defended. But this railroad track right here could be a great supply line. Now going straight down it is not possible with all these silly things blocking the road, but after the train station right there, I foresee a way through. I don't expect to see very many zombies, so I'm going to go ahead and take my armor off. If I'm wrong about that, we'll find out. Oh no, main presence is getting converted to Louisville. There's nothing left on the map outside of Louisville. So Louisville is our home now. Okay. It's ugly, but it might work. I'm going to scout this out and sledge my way through and see what it feels like going down these tracks. Because if it feels worth it, I will clear this entire forest and make a way, an easy way back onto the tracks here. If it doesn't feel worth it, then we'll just do something else for the main convoys. I'm gonna need a crowbar to pick that up. Oh. It allowed her to move up there, but the torch is empty. And that was the only torch I have with me. Hang on. No, it's not. Ah. So with a crowbar, I could just pick these up and move them. And that's going to be that's going to be a good idea, because look at that. That is, yeah, I would like to go get a... There's probably going to be a crowbar back in the, somewhere in the rail yard. There are shelves just chock full of things over there. You know what, while we're here... Beautiful lake right there. I'm just going to take a quick bath. This will make her happy. I'm not even being facetious about that. The bath, or rather, washing, having your character wash themselves removes unhappiness. I wish. That'd be amazing. Theoretically, yeah, that should be easy. I have no idea what's going to be on these shelves. I'm about to find out. More welding stuff. Have mass respirator with filters that are like a second away from breaking. Nice. A curse upon anybody who puts shit like that back on the shelves. I play with whatever the default settings are, but we, if you look in the description, we talk about our settings. Apocalypse has turned them off by default now. Extinction still has them on. Hey, there's some filters. That's what I'm talking about. If I have to go all the way back and get a crowbar, I will. Shouldn't be too hard. Railroad spikes times 200,000. Another crucible. I think I'm finally beyond the point of ever wanting to pick one up. Funny thing is, I found a crowbar on the other side of these buildings, and I don't remember exactly where I put it. Just know that it wasn't probably where it should be. I'm gonna want to punch myself if I sit down in the cab and I realize that I did actually have one in the glove. I'm 99% sure I didn't. Of course not. Oh, right, this room. We should have already parsed all the shelves in here, yeah. Okay, I'm doing what I should have done a while ago. We're just gonna steal it from my ambulance. That's what it's there for. Is it in here? It might have been in here that I saw it. It had to have been in here. Of course, that doesn't guarantee it. Maybe I picked it up and didn't do anything with it. Or put it somewhere that I'm never going to find it again. Scythe actually is going to be useful for if I do end up deciding to use the off-road path. The scythe will help us clear the grass. I swear I saw a crowbar in here somewhere. Whatever. Crowbar in the glove acquired. For anybody joining, welcome. We have completed most of the Louisville checkpoint at this point. What we're working on now is a way through that doesn't involve driving over 200,000 zombie corpses, because I got supply lines to establish. So I'm actually going to try something I've never tried before, which is the railroad tracks here. There are other ways in, but none of them are going to take me past this point where I've got a lot of my assets staged already. So we already came through and deleted the fences. Now we picked up a crowbar, so we're capable of lifting these things up. They're heavy, but they do the job. And thankfully we can just drop any furniture item now. There are plenty of zombies left to kill in the checkpoint area if I wanted to progress down the main highway. However, we got this rain started falling, and it's going to continue all throughout the day. Possibly into tomorrow. I'll check the weather report on the next top of the hour, but it is going to be here all day, and I ain't got time for that. That's all the concrete barriers. It's a lot easier than sledgehammering them because we would have muscle strained ourselves into oblivion if we had done it that way. Yeah, gotta be another row. Looks like we're clear after that, though. I don't know who the military thought they were fooling with this stuff. If a train is coming and it doesn't know this obstruction is here, none of this shit is going to stop a train. It's just going to cause a train wreck. Well, I suppose the train would be going very slow because it's coming right up on the station. So it probably would have shed a lot of speed already. But still, this is not the brightest move by the military here. Crowbar, passenger seat. There's a rabbit on the other side of the fence. I'm gonna fucking kill it. They damage your vehicles if you run over them. This goes deeper than I thought. This goes way deeper than I thought. I like that hat. It's a damn shame I'll never be able to wear a baseball cap with scrubs. You see the shirt that I'm wearing, that is a medical scrubs, but that is in blue. There's like a cyan version of it too. Just move it on up, let the engine pull them. Too aggroed at the moment. Come on, out of that tree. Yeah, that's right, I'm right here. See, unlike a lot of the... That's dangerous. I've never seen one of those one of those walls break before. But there's a first time for everything. Way more in the trees than I thought. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Louisville Railroad system at all, so this is, Oh. Okay. I know where this leads. This leads right to Jericho. This leads right to Jericho. I mean, I had a feeling that it might, but this is way more direct than I thought. So we just need to make sure that we wipe out any potential threats. I'm going to continue on foot for now because the vehicle will make a fair amount of noise. This is actually kind of, like, seriously dangerous. This could turn into one hell of a clusterfuck. Some of this place I've actually never explored before, because I always kind of drive past it on my way into Louisville. Now, we are getting really wet, and that's okay. As soon as we get back to the truck, we're going to dry ourselves off. You don't ever want to stay this wet for very long at all. If you ever see this stage 2 wetness noodle, get rid of it, because there's a chance you'll catch a cold. It can come from any sort of thing, rain. It can even come from sweat. That actually happens to me a lot when I don't pay attention to my insulation, at least. Not a lot of trees between this stretch here. Interesting. The cemetery over there, I'm very familiar with how many Zeds can be in there. Jeez Louise, this feels like a death tunnel. It's extra spooky because I don't have anything explored on either side of the tracks. That is definitely contributing to the sense of unusualness for me. I should have put this armor on a while ago. The moment I started seeing that there were going to be zombies back here, I should have put those on. Not that that armor is going to save me much if I, but I mean, here we are. This is the road to Jericho here. Like, Jericho, which is a place, it's I've used that term a lot if anybody's not familiar with my previous characters. There is a grocery store in this area, and I call it Jericho because it's got a very, very big, untouchable wall, and it is a very lovely, defendable place. Now, this is a lot of zombies to kill to get access to Jericho, but it's going to be worth it. Pretty deep in. I mean, that's amazing. I did not expect it to be that. Now, that being said, I have absolutely no idea if zombies are going to be capable of breaking through any of those walls. I have never had those walls break on me before. So, I don't know. I'm going to get out and use blade work to deal with these guys. No need of sharpens. I have coffee if the fatigue hits. We do not want to drag everybody into a fight at once, especially with how many are going to be unknown elements on the other sides of these fences. We are now maintenance level 9. I had not been paying attention. Fantastic. Without a +1 to maintenance, it has been building up very slowly. So back here it is clear pretty much all the way to the graveyard. The cemetery up there, we do not want to poke that bear. There's going to be a lot of them in there, and in the past I have bypassed them very many times. Yep, it is. That it is. I'm very excited for it. Now, when we came here to Jericho on Nora, there were like no zombies at all anywhere nearby. And that was kind of wild. I have a feeling that that was just luck of the draw. I mean, especially because, you know, this area right here for Nora was pretty quiet. So yeah, that was absolutely luck of the draw. It is day 2000 of playing Project Zomboid and not having the ability to tap a zombie on the shoulder. Stealth focus indeed. There's a step band down there. One from the left has been angered. Beyond the trees. possibly fast, I'm not sure. No, it's slow. Long blade level 9, boys. We've done it. This is right where Nora was without the book. So Nora grinded a hell of a lot harder to get to long blade level 9. Sword is our favorite weapon at 12,752 kills. I have never had a character be level 10 aiming and level 10 long blade, I don't think. I think Annie was close, but we never found long blade 5 on her, so. Alright, I don't think we've wiped out everybody up here, but definitely everybody visible for the moment. Looks like we got a few in the street down there to the right. I'm going to prioritize them first because I'm going to need to bed up in one of these houses at some point. I have coffee on standby for if fatigue hits us when we're not interested in sleeping just yet. Use the engine to pull anybody who may be between the trees here. I'm generally very familiar with this neighborhood here. I'll let the fast one catch up to me. Slow ones like dominoes. This one is wrecked, but I'm curious. Just because it's wrecked doesn't mean the engine might not be nice. Engine 77, so it is definitely a wreck. I don't think it's the best step van I've seen on this character, but we're getting up there. High 70s is actually amazing for a step van. They're all that shitty. I've got to know, though, is Jericho looted and trashed? Because I've never seen it, and theoretically, it may be a coin toss. I've never seen that house looted and trashed, so... Nope, Jericho's intact. There's even a park ranger truck right there just waiting for us. But there are a lot more zombies around it. Oh, that meta event is gonna make people move. I'm just gonna back off a little bit and let that meta event take its course. It sounded like center. It sounded like right, but it also sounded like there was a bit of center. What does she think she's doing? That one behind me there. Excuse me, ma'am. You have an explanation for your actions? I don't think you do. Somehow the trunk is in perfect condition. No, it's not. It's not in perfect condition. It's just a bit of a glitch. Sometimes trunks that should have very little storage space in them are actually have the max. I have a feeling there might be some over there. Now I know for sure. Last 2 eggs from my own harvest. It feels provincial that I should be eating them now as we close in on Jericho. Survey the yard up here before we engage. It's not unusual for there to be a few in between the trees up there near the top of the screen. Swapping water bags. So, Nora managed to take this place without losing a single window. I do not know if I will be so lucky. Nora did not have anybody spawn in this parking lot. Like, this parking lot was basically empty for Nora. Annie had a few when we got here for the first time. And Annie eventually did lose a few windows. Not all at once, though, which is kind of interesting. Now, we're going to have people on both sides of this fence here, which is not the worst thing in the world. I can handle that. I'm mostly concerned about the integrity of my windows. I don't actually care that much about these fences. In a perfect world, I would delete some of them. That is a lot of work, though. There are zombies inside. That's gonna make this extremely difficult. Now for both of my previous characters, Nora and Annie, there were no zombies inside the building. But that allowed me to make ingress on a very leisurely fashion. But now we've got to try to just make sure that we somehow don't aggro that guy who's inside. Otherwise he will come through and blow through one of the windows. Now, what I did with Jericho last time I did kind of like it. I made a bit of a hole in the corner, the front corner, and we ended up coming through it with a vehicle gate. Let me go ahead and let's just get a place to sleep established first, because we're here. We are at our final destination, the final place to build the base. There will be no further bases besides this one for this character. At least I don't predict that will last long enough to ever consider another one. I do expect that our save will be broken long before that we have to think about going anywhere other than Louisville. That's always what happens just to all of my characters at this point. Louisville just has so much stuff to do in it. Yeah, this game is a lot of fun. COVID, it was B41 the whole time. So B42 came out Christmas of 2022, was it? Or 3? I don't remember, actually. It's been so long. It's been 84 years. So we have still got a lot of work to do for the rest of the building, but we have definitively cleared the area around this house. Now the best thing about this house, or houses like this, is the garage. And if you're carpentry level 10, you can freely move beds. I'm going to put a bed in the garage, and at that point, I can safely sleep behind intact doors. Garage has no windows. So, I feel a lot safer doing that than I would most anything else. Tinted knee pads. Holy shit, I gotta check those out later. Holding on to those. They're rare, tinted knee pads. They're 100 times more rare in the correct color. And those looked pretty dark. We might have black knee pads of the correct type, boys. You gotta enjoy the simple things to enjoy this game sometimes. Okay, so we're an hour late for bed, but otherwise we are gearing down and hitting the sack. Gearing down as in no metal gloves, no bone choker, no body armor. Because otherwise we will get stressed overnight. Hang on. Did I leave the... Of course I did. Don't want that. Right. I hate it so much. Where the door would open but not close. And at least now I can go I can go all the way around it. That's the most important thing. Very piss poor garage, to be honest. I expect there to be lots of action on the other side of this fence, so we don't get too close to it. Just parsing to make sure there's no vagrants hiding around back here. And then we're going to start very slow from behind the building over there next to where the skeleton is. They ate that dude and they consumed every square inch of his flesh. He must have been somebody who was immune. Trailers for animals. So wrecked vehicles, like, you know, how random intersections with crashes, that's probably the place that I've found most of them. But if you want to go to find, like, pristine ones, Irvington. I'll even show you real quick here. Irvington is right here, and you're looking for this building here at the intersection of Cattle and KY 79. This is a cattle farm, and the parking lot is full of chances for trailers to spawn. I think for our character we found like 5 there. My other characters would find like... the numbers are going to vary, but there's a lot of chances. You're pretty much guaranteed to at least find one. But it also depends on where you start as to where the closest possible spawn will be. Try to use my motion to pull these guys. Should have at least 2 on us. One. That's a lot. I'm not used to seeing that many here. Are we looted? Yeah, we're looted. Okay. So the residential directly next to me is looted. I'm going to wipe out the pocket in this corner, and then we're going to try to sleep again, so that we can stay mostly on schedule. 2300 and 5 a.m. are my 2 general bedtimes, but anything close to that is usually good enough. 5 a.m. is sometimes the more important one, because if I wait until 5 a.m. to sleep a second time, then I'm usually gonna be awake for most of the day. Yeah, no problem. And yeah, that is a massive farm. It's an indoor, like, factory farm sort of thing. You'll find a lot of animals inside of various types. A lot of them will be stressed halfway to oblivion, though. In our case, some of them were stressed and they did not have self-refilling water, so they were dying. Rather tragic. Don't you do that. Get away from that door. I'm doing them in neat piles here because this is a base of mine. It doesn't know it yet, but it's one of my bases. I expect there to be multiple between these houses, and I don't really care. I'm going to go ahead and bail out now, keep my sleep schedule intact. I'll check the house that I'm shacked up in to see if there are any small form food items I can just shut the hunger up with real quick. I have a few things that I could nibble on, but I would prefer locally sourcing wherever humanly possible. I think I would have sorted out the door by now. Lots of cookware. Some condiments, but no foodstuffs. At least nothing that's not rotten. Okay, galactic dairy bar it is. I like using this as an ingredient instead of straight up eating it, but it is locally sourced, and therefore we'll eat it. Alright, gearing down, catching a second sleep, and then Jericho shall be mine. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Well, maybe a few buts. Nothing wrong with a few buts. And I think we're about ready to go loud. I'm putting the M16 on my back. I'm also going to steal some curtains because our entrance strategy for Jericho is to not break windows, of course. Why would I do that? This is my base. I want my windows intact. We are going to go to the roof and sledgehammer a few tiles and then rappel in with a sheet rope. Kill the zombies inside before they touch my beautiful, beautiful windows. And proceed. And the hole that we opened for the roof to get in with the sheet rope will be used later on to make interior staircase. But we'll have to make an exterior staircase first, so that is sheet rope for that. If I'm going loud, there's no reason not to bring the truck. We might even need it. We got plenty of reloads for the M16 in there. $17 in the current mag. Somebody's dying. Oh no. So, the railroad tracks. Once again, they always take me where I want to go here. On the other side of this forest is a nice way into Jericho. But I want to parse this forest, because Zeds, who threatens Jericho, have a tendency to... Oh, I'm not going to be going loud. Fuck no, I'm not going loud. Not yet. We need to... Just measuring something real quick there. That's where I'm going to start cutting trees for the long term. So for the short term, we'll need an entrance into Jericho, and my axe is in the trunk, and it needs to be sharpened. So we're going to do that first. Right. I didn't want to mention that, Kraken. It's probably not going to be there forever. In fact, it might not even last the next build. If too many people start talking about it, they're going to take it away. Remember, having fun is not allowed. That is a meta event that sounded squarely in the center speaker, so people from down here are going to be coming right towards me. We might not be able to cut more trees than this. I'm not even going to fast forward because I'm paranoid now. We have one incoming. I don't know if that was the meta event that brought him in. Could have just been my truck or my axe. And my axe. So here's 12 logs, and then with that log back there, that is a total of 15 planks. Well, I can fit that in the trunk, can't I? We're cutting it close, but I should be able to fit the log stack. No. Too much shit. Too much shit in the trunk. Honestly, the firefighter axe and the sledgehammer should not be in the trunk. Sledgehammer belongs in the glove, but I'm also going to need it in the short term here, so... Putting it straight in my backpack if I'm going to be overloaded with something. Might as well be that. Hey, out of the woodwork he comes, and there's another one up there. Howdy, neighbor. Come on down and talk to Teddy Bear. So even though I want to go loud, again, noise discipline, I do not want to wake up the zombie that is inside right now. See how they're moving up? See how they're basically just moving straight towards the top of my screen right now. That's the meta event. Very hard staying power on that. I mean, to be honest, they're going away from Jericho, and I'm here for it. Let them flee. Now, here's an important thing. I don't think I've ever found the keys to Jericho before, but the zombies in this pile will have spawned right outside of it, so let's take a look. No keys on any of these guys. No keys on any of these. Skellington, of course, does not have anything. Best long-term cow. Find a cow. There's your food. You'll be able to put on weight or shut the hunger up with cows. There is a 5 liters at a butter churn, which is just 2 planks and 2 nails. 5 liters of cow's milk equals 1 stick of butter, and a few sticks of butter, and you'll put yourself into rapid weight gain. So, trying to gain weight, cow will help you out. Trying to shut the hunger up, a cow will help you out. The only thing a cow won't help you out with is diversity of ingredients, so. I don't see the guy inside anymore, but that doesn't mean he's not there. Oh, too late. Too late, he already broke one of my fucking windows. Okay, so all of my effort has been for nothing. It is what it is. Not much has changed. We're still, making ingress here. Oh, they're about to break another one. You know what? I'm just gonna help him out. Fuck you. I'd rather it be by my hand than theirs. Sure thing. Glad I could help. I wish there was a way to introduce people to B42 more succinctly, but anytime you make, if you want to like make a guide to B42, right, a lot of it's going to change in a couple of months, and so it's like, what did I do all that effort for? It's one of those things that you got to kind of learn progressively until it goes stable, and then once it's stable, then it's a lot easier to pick up. Specifically, what kind of cow? There's 3 of them. You're looking for a Holstein cow, which is the black and white cow. Ginfidel cows are pretty okay too. We actually got a surprising amount of milk out of ours, but I have always associated Ginfidels as kind of like the halfway point between milk and meat. The black cows, Angus cows, give you a lot of meat when you kill them and butcher them, but not a lot of milk when you milk them. In fact, some of mine have given so little milk that I'm surprised they can even feed their own calves. But they can, apparently. Guy had a respirator with some pretty good filters in them. Thank you, sir. You can tell we've gotten into the wealthier side of Louisville here. the workers actually have filters in their respirators. That was probably just sheer luck. So there's going to be more Zeds up here now, in the forest up here, because that is where the meta event will have drawn some. But we can now make ingress. Two windows have been lost. I mourn them. Now, once you clean this place up well enough, you can build a wall and get it plastered, and it will look almost no different from the rest of the walls in here. What the hell was a construction worker even doing in here? Wilford Wicks. What the hell kind of a name is that? Mr. Wicks. I'm going to toss his ass out the window, because you can do that. Good riddance. So, Jericho is a lovely, beautiful, beautiful place. Look at all these freezers. Look at them. Look at them! We got freezers upon freezers. Something I've always found funny about this place is the cooled shelves. The cooled shelves are one of the silliest things in the game to try to pick up here on this wall, because they do cost gas if you want to power them. So obviously I want to pick them up. Yeah, B42 is it is a beast. Beast 42 perhaps. I'm gonna glitch these freezers here. We place them on a different facing. Their weight goes from 40 to 20. Why? I don't know. Welcome to Project Zomboid. But when I do it like that, then I can pick them back up and then drop them, and then they no longer weigh as much as a friggin' fridge, and they're easier to deal with later. It took me a long time to figure out why their weight kept changing from 40 to 20. I never did figure it out during my other characters' lifetimes. Alright, our chance to break is 30, despite being electrical level 6. I gotta imagine that these cooled shelves are like electrical level 8 or something like that to not break when picking up. So that's your reward for getting electrical level 8, everybody. Is cooled shelves no longer have a chance to break. Oh, and they changed it. It used to be that cooled shelves were 3-part items, but now they're just all individuals. So we could make a mega shelf if we went. That's probably cool. Yeah, so that one broke, whatever. That one broke, whatever. That one broke, whatever. Again, I don't really care, but it's annoying. So we could make a mega cooled shelf by using a couple middles and combining them with, but the question, of course, comes is why would I do that? Because these waste a lot of energy if you deploy them all. But this is where I can illustrate the glory of this place as a base location. This entire L-shaped outer wall. There's nothing L about it. This is a fucking dub right here. This outer wall cannot be touched by zombies. If they want to come at me from either of these two directions, I believe this is north and east. if they want to come from north or east, they got to go around all the way around the entire building. And I'm here for it. Very useful. It's reduced attack surface is the principle behind this. Now, something... Oh, hello there. Silent bitch. You know what? I'm going to take him outside. So what I was trying to say is the door over there. If I try to open it, it will be... it won't initially open. But when a garage door is locked from the inside, you just got to hold E. Or right-click on it. So I'm going to right-click on it and hit... Oh, never mind. It wasn't locked. Are you telling me I could have just opened it from the outside? Okay. Alright. Fuck. I should have checked. I might have been able to save the windows. If I had known that, if I had known that the garage door was just unlocked, fuck. Well, the more you know. The more you know. Alright, I have no further qualms with going loud, because now we know that there's nobody who's going to come out of the building. Small chance that somebody around here would have the keys to that park ranger truck, but I don't see it happening. Picnic tables, when you disassemble them with high-level carpentry, you'll get a bunch of steel in addition to the wood. So we got 4 steel bars, 3 steel rods. That is 3 windows worth, or sorry, that's 2 windows worth of metal barricades. Some coffee on the floor inside. I'll have to come back for that. I usually like to do the bedrooms down here, in the corner. So the trunk of the truck here does not have any more room, and that's okay because we have materials in it. I had a log. What did I do with it? Did I just drop it? I must have just dropped it. Okay. So we need roof access before we can think about deploying generators. We don't have a generator, but if we wanted one, it would go on the roof. Absolutely. No questions about it. I've literally just been carrying around the, yeah, okay. I do not remember exactly where I wanted to do the, I usually do it somewhere over here. I'm just going to leave the sledgehammer up here for a moment. In from the corner. I'm actually going to take out the inner wall completely between the garage area here, or whatever you want to call this, the back room, and the sales floor. This time when I do Jericho, we're wiping out the whole interior here. I'm only going to keep a couple of stairs, or a couple of tiles here, so I can do stairs in the corner. So this time we're going to do the stairs. I need the floor lights intact. That is one slight problem. And I don't want to risk the light switch here. So that's always been something that's factored into my considerations. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's do that. 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8 we sledge. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, do not be fooled by these stupid AC-looking units things, whatever they are. They're actually like above us. If you look where my character is, whoever designs Jericho here is not very familiar with Project Zomboid tile sets. They're just going entirely based on visual. And it's alright, I'm not too mad about it, but it is a little annoying when I'm trying to position things here. Now, of course, I'm going to do my stairwell with metal. Can I disassemble these? Of course not. What about the dumpsters? What do I get if I disassemble these dumpsters? I don't know if I've ever tried. I'm always down for giving a shot. We have some torch, we just need a mask. If it's sheets, then that's exactly what we need. Hell yeah. So steel sheets, we can turn around and use those to make stairs. Metal stairs are 6 steel sheets, so we need to take 2 of these steel sheets and turn them into small metal sheets. Now we'll need rods. That may require us to go and dismantle a vehicular device. Because we only have 3 rods. If only we could use bars instead of rods. There's another picnic table. I'm going to go dismantle one of those. I remember there being multiple picnic tables over here. We'll have to clear Zeds from out back here anyway. There it is. Yeah, that's right. So no eyes at the moment. If anybody comes up behind us, they'll have to ching-a-ling over the fence there. So facing this direction. I hear some mouth breathing, but I don't know where. No fast forwarding. We're good. So that's 3 steel rods. It's fine. I'll just go combine them with the other one. Not interested in drawing too much attention to myself yet. All those guys up there can chill up there for now. I would like to get these windows up here protected before I deal with these guys. I guess she's not taking no for an answer. I appreciate her being slow. That parking lot is completely free of corpses. I would like to keep it that way if at all humanly possible. Alright. Quick recap for anybody joining. We are in Louisville. We have made it to Jericho by leave of the lovely railroad tracks. The railroad tracks have served us very well here. They literally take us straight from our current field base to here at Jericho. Now, there's a question of whether I'll be able to make that transit easily, or whether we're going to have to deal with zombies breaking through fences, because there's a lot of fences, right on the other side of which there's a lot of Zeds. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. But we should now have the materials to make a metal stairs. So we now have roof access from the inside. In a perfect world, I would have made that hole in the ceiling and rappelled in through sheet rope so that I never had to break any of the windows. But we had some Zeds who decided otherwise. Roof access has been acquired from the inside. We now destroy the exterior roof access. So no zombies coming up here. We should be done with the sledgehammer for the immediate moment. We will definitely need it later for when we're doing the interior. For now, sledge goes in the glove. Once more. And we go disassemble the... I don't know 100% what I'm doing with planks yet. There are many, many things I can use them for. So I'm just going to leave them all in a pile for a moment. Just going to use this shelf over here as temporary storage for low priority stuff here. think we have enough torch left to do our first barricade, but I think I'm gonna do, since we already lost this window here, I'm gonna do what I did last time and do a gate up here, so we don't need to worry about these windows. We're going to barricade this one here instead. For that I need 3 of these steel bars. I guess one unit of welding torch isn't not enough for anything. Regrettable. Yes, sir. We have secured Jericho. We're actually running low on propane, though. That's alright. We have a few charges of that. We lost 2 windows, unfortunately. One of them is okay to lose because that is the we're gonna put a gate right there. This one we'll have to replace with something else. It's fine. I have survived window lossage before. I do love the natural light. I do believe that's also the last of it. Oh, now that we're outdoors and it's daytime and bright, let's see what these knee pads look like. Boys, we have new knee pads. I'm going to show you a before and after for this because it's important. Observe, this is the tactical knee pad on the left versus the sport knee pad of a dark tint. It's beautiful. It's a better match. I haven't had that happen since Annie. That was a long time ago, where we got that lucky. Gonna need some actual food. Maybe I should use some of the food from this grocery store here. Alright, so next we've got a burned wreck on the road. I'm going to go ahead and rip that apart and come back here with some more steel. Actually, I'm going to do that in reverse. We're going to go and bring it back here and then rip it apart so that we have the steel right in front of us. Eventually they'll make their way towards me. It is a question of when, not if. Yeah, Jay came with a park ranger. Yep. That was here from the start. We never found the keys to it. At some point I'll break in. But, yeah, for now we, got ourselves a Ranger truck. And a lovely little burned wreck here. I think I got the towing force to keep this. It's a Chevalier Dart, so we should be able to yank this back. Yes. It'll take a minute. Believe it or not, fast forwarding spoils me. This will take less time in the world than it will... It'll seem faster if we were to weld it apart in real life and then just transfer everything into the trunk and maybe do 2 trips because it's not enough to fit. But this is one situation where almost everything we use, or almost everything from this burned wreck will be used in the process of building out Jericho, because even the, like, scrap iron and stuff, even that is useful for once we get the forge up. Steel bar 3, steel rod 5. We are in business for a few more barricades. But we are now out of torch. Completely. Regrettable. There's probably a propane tank nearby. I do like to locally source. We are now fatigued. Tired, boss. I can probably shut it up for a minute if I have this ginger ale. Because it just popped up, so soda is actually going to be... soda does have a teeny bit of caffeine in it. They nerfed it into the friggin' ground, though. And it's a good thing I drank that, because, boy howdy, what do we got here? Got some bitch on my fucking door. Ooh. Shit I do for my doors, man. Hey, if you all wanted to be in the pile this badly, then all you had to do was grunt at me. I might have to give up on the pile. That's clear top. I'll have to give up on the pile. It's just gonna look a little ugly. Whenever I'm doing a base area, I want to try to keep the zombies piled up in one place so that the stink doesn't go all over the place. All of that towing definitely brought the boys to the yard. Alright, I've lost my patience for this. I need this ranger vehicle operational. Fuck. I cleared that area. Maybe she's around on this side. No? Nope, she's on that side. Huh. No? Where the hell did she come from? What the... What the fuck? Okay. Scratched severe. Great. This is the first injury we have ever had. First injury we've ever had. I have no idea how long we've actually gone. Hundreds of hours. Literally hundreds of hours. Of course it's a fucking bush. It's always a fucking bush. Annie had the exact same. She had an injury on her head. Popping some painkillers. I don't know if pain on the head is going to actually mess us up in combat. But, I don't care. I'm gonna blame that zombie for that head injury. Do like a Obama. Yeah, no. These fucking things, man. I mean, again, how in the absolute fuck did her head receive a severe scratch from a hedge? Isn't this called a low hedge? It's a low hedge. It's a low hedge, and yet it reached her head. God damn, this game, man. This game. At least the bandage actually kind of matches the kind of matches the mask. I'm here for it. First time I've ever had to use my first aid kit. That's one time too many, in my humble opinion. There is a world where somebody has carried around a first aid kit for their entire career and never used it. But now I gotta know. Now I gotta know. How many hours have we had in this run? I've got my local copies of the YouTube footage here. This is today's right here, so we can't move that. Well, actually, I cannot move. What is this? 8, 13. 5, 6, 8, 8, 13. So that has to stay here. Everything else goes into 42.16.0. So now I can go into this folder where everything else is, hit Control A, and can go to Properties, and it'll count the hours for me. That actually is going to take a minute. Details. And Windows can do that in the background while I ruminate over this situation. We've not solved the problem of not having propane. So we're definitely not sleeping in Jericho tonight. Where we'll go around the corner and sleep in that residential house again. Who's got a propane grill here? I don't remember if anybody does in this neighborhood. There's a Z up there. This is not allowed. Fucking thicket back here, dude. All this bullshit. I don't even know if there was a propane torch or a propane grill back here. Now I'm not gonna any Zeds that I pull at this point, I will not be leading them back to my base. I'm going to give them the slip. I'm just going to parse these backyards till I come across one. I can't let myself be terrified of low hedges. R.I.P. doggos. Here we go. Had to go all the way to the end of the yard here. Watch it be empty. Now we got a little bit. That's all I need. I'm taking some risks here. Some of that movement that I just did, risky behavior. Do not recommend. Even if you know what you're doing. So this radio, this is one of those hot spots where they would be making a lot of noise on the other side of the fence. So this is a little awkward. My training will not fail me. I know how to navigate this situation. It doesn't make it a good situation. I still don't like it. Body knows what to do, even if my mind is not making the best decisions right now. I'm putting away the M16. I have no need for it right now. It won't save me from this. Survivor house. I know where that is. Ooh, that's way too many there. Okay, this could be the death of me if I fuck this up. This is Louisville still. Got an ambulance wreck over there. Now I do have a copy. If I'm forced to stand and fight, I will take that L. But we've largely given them the slip at this point. Largely. Apologies if this is hard to see. Usually I'll turn on the flashlight, but at this point we are in minimum profile mode. So right on the other side of this fence. Hopefully I don't fail to climb it. I did not fail to climb it, but now I am winded. But we're in cleared territory now. And we did not bring a... The most important thing is we did not bring any friends home. That is the most important thing. I'm going to go ahead and pop some more painkillers. Nothing of what I just did was worth just a little bit of propane, by the way. That was incredibly risky, and the reward is something I could have more safely acquired. That was very reckless, and I do not recommend ever doing it. Just because I am successful does not mean that was a good decision. Kind of like going 95 miles an hour on I-95. It's because it has the number in the name. Does not mean you should do it, ever. Alright, heavy armor remove. Remove, please. Is everything, right? Why am I still uncomfortable? What's going on here? There it is, okay. Took me a second to get comfy. Up to 10 hours today. Wow, okay. We're not going to be able to completely migrate to Jericho, obviously. Or at least that should be obvious. Head is bandaged. The bandage is not dirty. We have another sterilized bandage ready to go when this bandage gets dirty. And what we do is we just sterilize them, or clean them up. My first aid kit is optimized to deal with one injury at a time. The vehicular device is supposed to have backup stuff. Propane tank has been emptied out. We have almost enough room in the trunk for a... Now we have exactly enough room in the trunk for a bed. This one here. Oh, what? Oh, I was off by 10. Oh, whoops. Okay. We're not going to be able to secure Jericho tonight anyway. There's just not enough material for barricades. Oh, wow, okay. This stream is coming to a close soon when I'm making mistakes like that. I thought I was still alright, but don't play Project Zomboid if you feel yourself getting tired. This game is not the kind of game to play when you're tired. Find something a little bit more chill, I recommend, and putting your character at risk is never worth it. There will always be another day. But yeah, of course, that one car did not have anywhere near enough. And that's okay. We have a lot of work to do to clean up Jericho next time. These fridges are the most annoying part of cleaning the place up. You know, I could weld apart one of them. I don't remember what we get for fridges. Fog plus rain and was tired, yeah. That'll do it. What did I do with my mask? Oh, you know what? I forgot about this, but this is, I can just sleep in the garage area. If I just sleep in the garage area, then there's garage doors, and that's it. There's no way to get to me. Unless they want to break through a garage door, which, you know, that's a stronger door than a normal door, so. I sometimes forget about this inner door. So, yeah, we're actually okay to sleep here. I am only missing a pillow. because of course I am. Allow me to secure... See, technically speaking, we can drive into Jericho now. Problem is, it's going to be an extremely tight fit. But, no, I'm not going to try that. Not from that side, at least. We'll, drive in from the other side. As fate would have it, I have a pillow on the driver's seat, as I usually do for my major vehicles. If not driver's seat, usually somewhere else. So I'm going to go ahead and call the stream after we get our sleep here. Because having Jericho is a great stopping point. Honestly, that is... I did not expect I would get anywhere near Jericho anytime soon. But that's how the cards fell. Now, of course, is our supply line to Jericho anything remotely resembling secure? Probably not. We're probably nothing close to secure yet. But we now have a path forward for that. And I'm here for it. Tomorrow we'll be securing the supply line and wiping out resistance along the way. How long does a Jenny last with that many freezers? I don't even want to know. If we're talking about my freezers, a couple weeks easily. I found out what I'm using my planks for. The stinks for Jericho are on the back wall here. 1, 2, 3, and from there is, I like to use that as the primary. So we do have some planks on the floor up here. I'm just gonna, before we sign off for the end of the day today, I'm gonna go ahead and get some rain barrels set up so that I don't have to think about that next time. We have 12 planks here. I'm mostly just putting this on so that I can actually fit more into my bag. Come on, man. I'm trying to do something here. Really, guys? Really? Fucking A. Okay, give me a second to drop this shit. At least I no longer have to worry about fatigue. Just want to be quiet about it. I'm just going to kill these guys grouped up here. They will notice me if I'm on the roof in that corner. Remember, zombies will see you easily on a roof. Cop there had a JS3T. Does that mean it's a JS3T with ammo straps? Negative. I can dream, right? I still believe I've only ever seen them in police duffel bags, specifically. Those ones down there will not notice me on the roof. I'm only going to put up 2 rain barrels. We don't have materials for more, and that's fine. We should have... I do not have any garbage bags, so I'm going to... there's like a few over there. I'm going to crack open a box of garbage bags from the shelves of the store. It would make me laugh so hard if we found the one version of Jericho that didn't have a billion trash bags. But no, this is definitely not the case. I'm just going to do the safe thing. Well, garbage bags, that's enough for a few more. And we can leave those there. Alright, so now we've got that sorted out. I shall have our girl bid farewell here. She's done great work. Let me get some mood lighting here. I always like to take a screenshot of my characters and my bases at the end of my streams so we can see how things are progressing. Alright, folks. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. So we've bid farewell to Dani for the day. Let me go ahead and replace her bandage because, of course, got to make sure we do that. Oh, it's infected. Isn't that great? So we treat it with alcohol and then change the bandage. And then some painkillers. We'll have to raid the store for medical supplies next time. Okay, now she's good to go. So, how to back up your save. Quit out of the game first. Oh, by the way, 279 hours plus 10 from today. So that is about 290. We're right up, coming up on 300 hours for this character. And that is the first time we've taken an injury. So make of that what you will. Anyway, how to back up your save. Go to your C drive, users folder, username, Zomboid, saves, and then in my case, Apocalypse. And here is the most recent one, 42.16.0.001. Control-C, copy that whole folder, and just put it wherever you want. In my case, I got a backups folder up here. And here in the one with the same name, this is part 31 of her journey through B42. Control-V, paste that entire folder. Our save file size is up to 1.2 gigabytes across 477,000 files. All right, folks, I'm out of here. I shall catch you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Peace out, and have a good one.